Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meets him with straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, Just Due.
Do you foresee yourself being in, let's say, more thrilling fights as you get older?
Basically, what you're saying is Floyd. Get beat up and get some black eyes, then get your hand raised.
No.
Stoop to everybody else. Stoop to everybody else's level and be stupid.
When you get older, I'm saying. When you get older, do you think
there's nothing cool about taking punishment, getting beat up, getting bloody lips, and getting a check. The coolest thing I can do, I can dominate you, shut you out, and make crazy money, and go home and live with my family in a very, very comfortable and happy way. That's how I like to. That's how I like to do it.
Lifting weights and being strong doesn't win fights. Having great timing and being a very, very smart and intelligent fighter wins fights. I mean, I've been in there before with guys that was a lot bigger and probably hit a lot harder and a lot stronger. But Floyd Mayweather always has the remedy.
Okay. Well, 37 opponents had a heart, and all of them came up short.
Speed kills, I guess, right? Watching you in person is a lot faster than on TV, man. How important is speed?
Well, it's not about speed. It's about smarts. It's about smarts, and it's about not getting hit that much.
Baldamir's a big guy. What are you going to do to offset the size difference?
It's not by size. Skills pays the bills at the end of the day. It's about being smart, and the smarter fighter is going to win. Most guys I don't beat them with speed and power. I beat them with smarts. I think about it. It's more up here than here.
Bring the truth or tell on your ass what you're doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell rings, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you're gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. People you can get killed in this shit, man.
You want honesty?
His channel. It throws real punches.
Just Do Boxing gives you skills, heart, and culture.
Straight up.
I catch every drop on my lunch break. Can't miss it.
What's good? What's good? What's going on with the family, man? How y'all feeling? We back on this good Sunday, man. We gonna build. We gonna get boxing is just due how we always do. We gonna make sure we give Hannah Rapp her just due. R.I.P. to Hannah Rapp, one of the up and coming ladies in the fight game, man. This one was really unfortunate, man. This is a bad situation that happened, man. I felt the need to come talk about it. This is somebody that my guy behind the hands TV had made me aware of. He put me on to her. Get what I'm saying? This is one of his homies for real, man. And this is just a teachable moment and a way to shed light on, you know, those fighters that sometimes we don't always hear about, but are putting in the work just like the top fighters. You know what I'm saying? This is somebody he definitely made me aware of, man. Shout out to Hannah Rapp. R.I.P. to her. This is a terrible situation, but got my guy, one of my guy, on the hands TV interviews queued up. I felt like that's a good way to, you know, give her flowers and things like that, man. He do some of the best interviews in this space, and all of this space he do. So, you know, being that my guy showed me who she was, man, heard about the story, man, we chopped it up. I said, man, let me give her just due, man. You know, young, talented, hardworking female fighter, man, that just definitely deserved to get the light shed on her today, man. It's an unfortunate situation for sure, man. We're going to get into it. Gonna get into my guy interview. Let me say what's up to the fam. How y'all feeling on this good Sunday, man? Your boy took a couple of days off. You know, baby girl had a birthday. Mama Do had a birthday, and baby boy had a birthday yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Baby Do is now 3 years old, y'all. You get me? 3 years old going on 30. You know, but we gonna get it. We gonna give Hannah Rapp her just due accordingly, y'all. Let me say what's up to the fam. Ray Patterson, my Jersey brethren. What's good, bro? OP is in the building. What's good, Opulent? How you feeling, bro? Marcus, my dog. Teach is in the building. Blue, what's good with it, homie? Bruce, guys, shout out to the OG. There you go, Behind the Hands TV, my dog. What's good with it, bro? Yes, sir. RIP to her, man. I figure, you know, it's definitely a part of boxing. It's a good, cool Sunday. Definitely could make time for somebody like this, man. When you really appreciate boxing, you can show love, man. It ain't just about who popular and what's popping and who's winning and who's losing. This right here is a story that made me a little uneasy having to hear about it, man. It's truly, truly tragic and messed up, man. So we got to show love to these fighters while they're here. You could be here today, gone tomorrow, man. That's why I choose to appreciate their work the way I do. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about the win. It ain't about the loss. It's about the journey, man. And I tell you, ain't no backstory like the story of a fighter or a athlete. You know, fighters in particular, man, they're a special breed, man. Special breed. She went out there in blood and guts and gave it her all against Tierra Brown. Yeah, I know Tierra Brown, one of the best in the game. You know what I'm saying? One of the best in the game, rightfully so. But she went out there and gave it everything she got in the fight with her. You know what I'm saying? She was on her way for sure. Making the most. I'll give it a second. We're going to get to it. Shout out to Blue. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to you. Cue this joint up for y'all, man. I know it's always a good listen with my boy, man. Y'all hit the like button for me. Sub to the channel. Share the live. Hype the live. Y'all already know. Seem like you take a couple of days off, you pop up, and you just like, it feel like you just missed so much. Telling you one thing boxing don't do is slow down, fam. And that is for sure. Boxing do not slow down. Not a bit. Not a tad bit. Not a tad, you hear me? Not a tad, y'all. My bad, y'all. I had so much stuff going on in this phone, boy. I tell you. Her record was, she was 8-1. What was she? 8-1, 5 KOs. The loss was Tierra Brown, which is, you know, there's no need to hang your head with that, for sure. You get me? Oh shit, I didn't mean to put that one. That was the wrong one. My bad. Shout out to Everything Boxing. My dog was good with it, bro. We put that one up. Shout out to y'all. Our last interview scored there. We're gonna get into that too. Trust me. We definitely gonna get into that. I just wanted to start it off by giving champ her just due, man. Man, champ to me with or without a belt, man. Going in there sacrificing everything for this rough ass sport that'll chew you up, spit you out, and move on to the next person in a heartbeat, man. It's crazy. This interview happened before she was offered the fight with Tiara Brown. Shout out to my dog, man. Here we go.
To my environment. I want my environment
now hit that like
to be a product of me.
Her angel pieces between how you feeling. Sorry for that, homie.
This ain't reality TV!
We back. It's the man behind the hands, Mo City Menace, and I'm here with an extraordinary guest. She is the NABF featherweight champion, fresh out of Indiana to the great state of Texas. It's Hanarchy Rapp.
What's up, y'all?
What's up, man? Glad you're here.
Glad I'm here.
Glad you pulled up on your boy. So, man, you gotta go all the way back with me, Anna. Where did your humble beginnings start? Where you from?
I'm from Muncie, Indiana, or Yorktown. It's like an hour east of Indiana. Or hour east of Indianapolis. It's a much smaller state than Texas.
Okay. I assume so.
Yeah.
How's life growing up there? Like, you grew up with a regular dynamic, family, siblings, mom, dad.
Yeah. Mom, dad, brother, sister, older brother, younger sister. We're all 4 years apart.
Okay.
My mom and dad got separated when I was in like 2nd grade.
Okay. And
then just grew up in a normal, kind of like a farm town, small school. My graduating class was only like 200 people.
Wow.
So a lot smaller than schools that you'll find.
We'll use the word intimate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was a great school, great community.
So you had pretty much a happy upbringing coming up.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
Were you always athletic?
Always athletic. Always doing something. Yeah. My first love was soccer.
Okay.
So I was playing that when I was like 3 years old. I wasn't even old enough to be playing in that league yet.
All right. So you started off with kicking things.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna gradually get somewhere, but
yeah.
All right. Now, so tell me, how was soccer? Did you still play soccer?
I haven't played soccer
since
like
back then?
Yeah, since high school.
Okay.
But my mom likes to tell the story of I was 3 years old running around the field. I would score a goal and I would just run around.
And
that's me. That's
That's my thing too. I don't even score.
Yeah.
But so you went from soccer as a youth.
Yep.
Transition to where?
Played basketball, ran track, ran cross country.
Oh,
I did them all.
Oh man, you was out there just beating everybody.
Yeah.
You
and loving it.
Were you competitive as a kid?
Very competitive.
Okay.
Very competitive. Softball.
Was it your siblings that built your competitive nature, or just you?
I think it's just me. I think it's just something that you're kind of born with. Because like my sister, least competitive. Probably
nonchalant.
Love her to death. Not very athletic. I think it's just something you're born with.
You won.
She has her own gift.
Gotcha.
We all do.
Nah, I get it. So so you growing up, you playing different sports. In your mind, was it ever, I want to hit somebody?
Yeah. actually, it's funny because I had a best friend and he was doing like Taekwondo.
Okay.
And I really wanted to do that, but obviously that's more money. It's not a school sport, so it's just harder to get into.
Yeah.
I'm sure my mom didn't want me doing it either. She it's hard for her to watch me in boxing matches today.
Cringy.
Cringy, yeah. She's like looking behind her hands the whole time, but she still supports me. But I always wanted to do some sort of martial art, something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, I didn't get into boxing until I was almost 22 years old.
What was the cause of you even?
And real quick, that just say what you want. I'm just speaking from the heart with this one. That's exactly why I be respecting these athletes the way I do. Men, women, it don't matter, man. When it comes to this boxing, start boxing at 22 years old and to even make it to the point where you could be in front of one of the more talented and best fighters out there, best female fighters in Tierra Brown, speaks volumes, man. It says a lot. 22 years old. Ain't did this boxing, didn't do it out the crib like a lot of these people. You see what I'm saying? Everybody got a backstory and everybody's journey is different, but I just wanted to highlight that. 22 years old, man, starting off.
Wanting to get into it?
I don't know. So I was going through.
The reason why I asked that,
yeah,
because people say you got to be kind of crazy to box, right? You know, you're gonna go punch people, let people punch you. You know, so like, where are you at 22 to say I can't fight it anymore? I got to punch somebody.
I ran track at Purdue, so that's where I went to school.
Oh man, that's amazing.
Thank you. But it was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. I loved track in high school. It's a much different game when you get into collegiate. It's totally different.
Absolutely.
And so I go from being some of the best in my state to then going to college, and I'm surrounded by the best in the world, the best in the country, all that stuff. And now I'm at the bottom of the totem pole. I'm having a hard time competing with these amazing athletes every day, which was such a privilege, but it was mentally exhausting every single day. Physically exhausting. I just dealt with constant injuries. So my 2 years running at Purdue, I only ran in two meets. I had a really hard time. It was heartbreaking. It was just a big life change.
Was it because you built so much time towards it, and then when you got there,
and I'm just like, I'm pushing every day as hard as I can, but that's just grinding me down even more and whittling away at like the passion that I had for this sport. Man,
I know that's tough because I went through something similar. I played football. Went to college and went from being really, really good to he's all right. You know, that's tough to eat. You know, especially when you're not cutting corners and doing everything you're supposed to do.
You're doing everything right. You're going to training. You're eating right.
It's just this brutal reality that. Guess what? You know.
And then what? And then what? And so I think it was my junior year or sophomore year, something like that. COVID happened.
Gotcha.
And I was only a walk-on. I didn't have a scholarship or anything like that. And they actually cut all the walk-ons from the team. And then I was left with nothing. And I go through some of the hardest, probably the hardest time of my life.
Mentally,
physically, I go through a lot. I didn't have anything anymore that I was like aiming towards.
That thing that makes you unique.
And then on the other side of that, I found boxing just by happenstance. I needed something to put my energy into.
Tell me about that happenstance, though.
Telling you, man, look how you just end up being one of the best, like she said, to just, being surrounded by the best in the world, and how things didn't work out there, and just how her transition, how that all led up to her being in boxing. And I'm telling you, in boxing and shit, think about it. You thought that what she was doing was hard. I'm pretty sure boxing was even harder, right? But to still make something out of it and then pick it up that late, man, it's something different, man. Blunt, what's good with him? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Jordan, my dog. Motown, what is good with it, man? Yeah, Blue, it wasn't no accident. Yeah, the guy did some foul stuff and, reversed his car and ran her over. You know what I'm saying? It's a nasty, nasty situation, bro. Dude is a complete scumbag. POS for real, man. Nasty stuff, bro.
I mean, what happened?
Well, I look up like boxing gyms near me, and one was like an hour away, and I was like, I'll make the drive. I'll try it out.
Oh, an hour?
Yeah. Actually, I did that for like a year when I started boxing, was driving an hour. So I could only go to training like 2 or 3 times a week.
I'm not going to lie to you. That's the story right there. That's the story. Hey, I want to get into boxing. I dedicated driving an hour to get there. That's That's some inspiring stuff. So you remember anything about your first day walking into a boxing gym?
I loved it immediately. I remember that.
Really?
Yeah, I loved it immediately. So I had tried, my dad has a heavy bag in his garage, and so I had like tried it a little bit before walking into like the gym for the first time officially.
Gotcha.
But yeah, the first time I walk in and I'm like going through all this, the warm up, the jump rope, the shadow boxing, all that stuff. And I'm just like, I'm hooked immediately. I don't know how else to describe it other than I want to try this.
You know, a lot of people, when I talk to them, they say, hey man, the first time I walked into a boxing gym, I didn't like it.
Really?
It took me some time, or I had to adjust, or I was used to, you know, doing this. And then this was a transition. You know, I mean, some really big names and people, you know, to whatever first approach at the sport wasn't what you're saying. And that's phenomenal, because that sounds like y'all found each other. That's what it sounds like, you know, for you to put so much time in the track and field, and then it went one way and then you walked into boxing and now you're here. So when you walked into the gym, was it just for recreational purposes, or did you think one day I'll be competitively boxing?
Probably crazily enough, I thought I could see myself being a world champion someday. Like the first day I walk in the gym, like I want to pursue this as far as I can.
Man.
And that's just kind of the way that I took all sports. I wanted to go to the Olympics in track. That doesn't happen. I have to pivot that energy somewhere.
That's what
That's real, man. To not give up completely, man. Then work out in track and you end up pivoting to boxing and being able to do really, really well for yourself before this unfortunate situation. And this was just yesterday. You get what I'm saying? It's terrible.
competitors do.
Yeah.
People who have that level of athleticism and that competitive nature, they put something into something else when that is not it. I'm going to go do this, you know. So to make that transition, that's phenomenal. Okay, so you're in Indiana and you're doing your thing. You're just a farm town girl punching on the bags.
Yeah.
What happens? Like, I mean, how do you, I mean, there's a fight next week. You want to, I mean, it doesn't go like that. You know, how does it,
no, how
do you get there?
Takes 4 or 5 months in the gym. Before I had my first like unofficial like in
amateur
the gym.
Type of...
Yeah, it wasn't like an official amateur fight, but it was like a smoker or whatever.
Okay, little sparring session.
Yeah, within the gym.
Okay.
I had some hard sparring, you know, prior to that, but like within my first month, I was sparring. Within my first 2 or 3 months, I was doing the competitive sparring where I'm like getting hit pretty hard. Broke my nose for the first time a little bit.
How was that?
It was with a guy I probably shouldn't have been sparring with.
You said a guy.
Well, yeah, there's no girls around here in boxing. Well, around here there are, but
hey man, just look at this. The people like this have to go through, and these ladies sometimes just to be able to compete. Ain't no women around where she at, so she in there sparring with a man and end up getting her nose broke. You know what I'm saying? Like just little stories like that just build character, man. And at that point, think about it. Could have easily packed it in and said, nah, this ain't for me. You get what I'm saying? You in there sparring a man, get your damn nose broke. Still keep pushing through. Love these backstories, man.
Indiana, there were few and far between.
You just really had to find a smaller guy?
This guy was 170 pounds.
You just sparring a light heavyweight. And he broke my nose.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's amazing, man.
But I'm not going to back down from like.
I see.
Especially being like a woman in the gym, you don't want to be looked at like lesser. We're always in there trying to compete.
That's true.
Probably a little too hard because we're fighting to survive, like literally.
Yeah.
But also, you're surrounded by guys. You don't want to step down.
You don't want to also give any sign of weakness.
That's it. Yeah.
You know, I want to come across like, nah, I'll whoop all of y'all.
Yeah, I'll whoop all of you. Yeah. I might break my nose, but I'll whoop all of you.
I respect
You'll feel it. Yeah.
I respect it.
Yeah.
So, you know, you go from there, you break your nose. That didn't make you want to walk away?
No, I was back the next. I mean, I had some bruised eyes and I had some raccoon eyes and all that stuff. But no, I was back, and I think my coaches were trying to test me, make sure that I was really in it. Like he sent me in with one of my first like true female sparring sessions. It was with Susanna Rodriguez, who's a professional boxer out of Indiana. She had been like a Golden Gloves runner-up. Like she's been boxing for 20 years, something like that. Gotcha. Really good boxer. He throws her in there with me, and I'm pretty sure the instruction he gave her was try to hurt her, because that is exactly what she did. But I think that was just a way of him trying to make sure that, am I really in this? Because it's going to hurt. And, you know, boxing has some pretty harsh realities. And so, you know, I remember probably shedding a couple tears in between rounds, just like trying to stay alive. Like she's a much bigger, stronger opponent than I was.
What weight was she at?
Like 155.
Okay, so
yeah.
and you were at that time?
130.
Okay,
yeah, something like that, 135
so
maybe.
It's a stretch.
Oh yeah. But
man, she's sparring big ass dudes because there's no women around. End up getting her nose broke. Then when you finally get some women sparring, it's somebody with all this experience, right? That's way bigger than you too. And just tell you something about her character as a fighter.
But no, I remember telling her after the fact, I was like, thank you so much for that work. Like, that's exactly what I needed. And I think that was just a test to make sure that I was in it, to be in it.
So when does, how much of an amateur career did you be able to get a hold of?
I was able to get like 7 or 8 fights.
Okay.
I probably had just as many canceled.
I know how I go.
Yeah, it sucked. And the amateurs too. It's like there's no money attached to it, but people treat it like it's the pros, so they'll try to protect their record. It's so exhausting.
That's a fact.
You drive 4 hours to go fight, and then you find out that your opponent doesn't show up.
Yeah, now you going back home.
Yeah, and so the transition to pro was definitely motivated by the fact that, am I just going to...
And I wanted to highlight that too. I wanted to not skip over that. 7 or 8 fights, amateur. And she said she probably had as many canceled. Telling you, man, how hard it is to get fights, even at that level, to have fights canceled on you like that. And we today's boxing, like, we just think that these out, just get in there and fight. Just shut up and fight. They talk too much. Look at this stuff that these fighters go through on an amateur level. Get 7 or 8 fights total and transition into a pro. And then on that journey, you getting as many fights canceled on you. Telling you, man, it's hard, man. It's not easy for everybody, especially when you don't got that backing behind you. It's a real grind. That shit totally different. Like, your why gotta be totally different. Your hunger gotta be a totally different level. You get what I'm saying? For you to still push through that shit. You get what I'm saying? And want to deal with the ins and out of this boxing game.
I keep wasting time trying to get amateur fights because it's really hard. I mean, I was working a full-time job when I was doing my amateur boxing. I'm still working a full-time job, but you have to take a week off of work.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, monetarily, that is a really hard.
I talk to everybody out here, even when people have, you know, local promoted fights and they got a job and they got to say, okay, I got to cut some time out of work so I can go do this. And this won't even be that financially rewarding.
Exactly.
I'm just doing this to push to another point or whatnot. I get it. I get it. But really what that does is show as a testament to your commitment and dedication to something that you have in your mind to go after. A lot of people don't have that. A lot of people be like, you know what? I want to do this, but I'm not going to even try to do that. You know, for you to say, hey, look, I'm going to make this a priority and I'm going to go after it in this way. So let's just go and skip to it. You turned pro. Tell me about your first fight as a professional and where you are mentally when it happens, because that's not the amateurs.
Oh, I was really pumped up for it, really excited. I felt like I was finally making steps towards the goal that I had set out when I first stepped into the gym. And so, you know, I didn't play it up like too big in my head because I know there's so many more steps to go, but it was really exciting. It was fun. You know, the fight ended in a first round knockout, first round stoppage, and it was awesome because it was pretty local, so a lot of my family and friends were able to be there.
Everybody had a chance to see it.
Yeah, and I always hope that.
How does that feel though? You know, you do something like that locally, you stop somebody, friends from school, right there, they saw it. How does that feel? You know, it feels great, and it feels a little validating in that, like, you know, I've had to put a lot of stuff on the back burners maybe, or had to make a lot of sacrifices, and it's, you know, for this dream that I have. For sure. You know, I did get a degree in environmental engineering from Purdue, and hey,
so
man, I much respect for that. I'm going to applaud that.
Thank you.
You know, absolutely.
Still in all, she goes, you got a degree, but she chose boxing and then picked it up that late, pushed through, and actually made something out of it, man. I salute her triple time, man. Shout out to my baby girl, Miss Just Do is in the building. Everybody hit that like button. We got over 40 people in here. We're going to keep rocking. just want to give Hannah her just due with this untimely, tragic situation that wasn't even an accident. It was just flat out, just devilish, man. Evil at its finest, man.
You know, you don't run across that very often. You know, I know a few people who've attended college, maybe even fewer that actually achieved a degree. So, you know, much respect to your dedication in that. But even in that, it shows when you're committed and dedicated to something, you're gonna go get it.
Right. Yeah.
You know, that's what it really shows. Me, I dropped out. I'm a quitter.
No,
continue. Tell me. So, you know, you got the one in the bag. You know, are you thinking after your first fight, the transition or the trajectory of what you're gonna do is gonna go fast? Or are you like, it's gonna be some work? Or, you know, what are you thinking after your first fight?
You know, it definitely goes a lot faster, like in female boxing.
Absolutely, it's 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that too. Yeah. But I think it depends on your connections.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't have a big, like, illustrious amateur career.
For sure.
And so I'm already starting at like a disadvantage as opposed to somebody who's been in the amateurs, around, has connections,
people know
already signed. And so I knew it was going to be an uphill battle.
Mm-hmm.
But also, so I had 3 fights in Indiana with my coach Connor Mitten out of Dark Side Boxing.
Okay. That was the name of Dark Side Boxing?
Dark Side Boxing.
That's pretty
yeah. It's Star Wars themed. That's pretty cool.
Okay.
It's
I'm
really,
like,
it's really
man,
cool.
they like coming to Dark Side.
Yeah.
Serious business right there.
Yep. He started me out. He really built me up.
Welcome to the dark side. Take up. What's good, homie? Jones, what's up? We had some crazy driver while she was out with her partner cycling, riding their bikes, and some crazy driver, you know, after almost swiping them, riding past, he reversed and, you know, ended up running her over. If I got everything accurate in terms of how it happened, and it wasn't no accident, from what I understand, it was intentional from the guy. So his ass locked up where he need to be. OT, what it do, homie? That's why we wanted to make sure we just cover this, and this is a great way to do it. And this could be like an introduction to anybody that didn't follow her, man. You know about her now.
Mad props to Coach Connor Mitten, and but then my boyfriend got a job teaching at Texas A&M.
Wow.
Back in August of last year.
That's phenomenal.
And it was a really last minute like thing, and so we're like kind of scrambling. I'm trying to make decisions like, do I stay here with what I built, or do I like take the chance and go down to Texas? And
everybody know I'm in Texas.
Yeah, exactly.
So how did you get to Texas? That's how you got here, and I respect that. How did you find the world famous, the notorious Carl Perry of Brian Boxing? How did you run across it?
At Google at first. I mean, I just had to Google. I had to make sure that there was a boxing gym there. And what was relieving to me was seeing all the, great reviews that Coach Carl had out of Brian Boxing. He's smiling over there, but you know, it's true. And in all the words of just like, you know, this man has really turned my life around. He's been a great mentor and a phenomenal coach. And I'm like, that's exactly what I want to hear. And so I shoot him an Instagram message, and I'm like, hey, coach, I'm a pro boxer. I take this career, I take my job very seriously. I was hoping if maybe you had like room for a professional boxer. And he's like, absolutely, yes, ma'am, come on down. And
what's been some upsides and some pluses to being here in Texas as opposed to India?
There's a lot more boxing down here. I did know that going in. Texas is one of like the boxing states. And so I knew of a lot of big names out around here. And then Coach Carl has tons of connections. He has tons of experience.
He know everybody.
Yeah, seriously.
He know Mo.
Yep. Yeah.
Everybody know
so,
Mo too.
You find yourself out here. You find a good home to work out of. You know, I think that right there, the timing of it, just the way life happens and the stars align
in mysterious ways.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. You know, because things align in our lives and we typically overlook them or we don't acknowledge them how we should. But for you to be right there and him right there, man, and I've known him for a while now, and man, I promise you, man, somebody can get cut behind Carl. You know, I'm just saying, he's a great guy, man. I think that's a great place. Tell me about the draw.
Right. Yeah. So that was my last title defense back in March. I won the title in November against Carmen Vargas.
Okay.
And then we defend in March against Melissa Parker. And we knew it was going to be a great fight. I probably got in my head a little bit leading up to it. You know, there are things that, you know, it's the fighter that you show up as on the night. You could have all the prep, you could have all the prep aligned, you could have, you know, everything aligned, and then if things just don't coalesce on the night, that's just how it is. But I
say that all the time, bro, and it's just beautiful to hear a fighter say it.
You know, thinking in retrospect, that was such a great fight for me to have, to really overcome a lot of obstacles and a lot of challenges that I had. She hits hard as hell for, you know, like, and for good reason. Like, she was a title holder in the NABF and I think the IBO. That's right. Yeah. You know, I'm going to be facing a lot of smaller opponents just because I'm tall for the weight class. Yeah. And for me, I naturally want to become forward, pressure fight all the time. And she actually came in with a very smart game plan of doing the opposite. She's going to box on the outside, being the smaller fighter. That's not what I expected at all.
Yeah, because she typically bullies people.
Exactly, and that's what we were prepared for.
Yeah.
But
the same way you went through a transition in coaching,
right?
So did she.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know a lot about her. I know she trained out of Main Street for a little bit. We were there, I think, in passing, but I never had like spoken to her.
I see everybody, and I watch all the traffic, and I just sit in the middle and watch how it goes, you know. And I would have never thought that'd be a fight that would happen, you know. But that's a phenomenal fight. I went back and I watched a little bit of it the other day, just checking you out. And I gotta say, you're tough. And somebody you worked with before told me to tell you. They knew I was doing this. They said, "Tell her she hits like a boy."
Who said that?
Jiffy Morales said, "You hit like a boy." Yeah, she's a good girl. She hits like a boy.
I've been told that a couple times. Actually, it makes me laugh every time.
You know, I just thought that was amazing for somebody who really doesn't take boxing serious anymore, but just knew I'm not gonna mess around with her.
Yeah. But we never got sparring together, but yeah, she was there.
You know, something happened yesterday. I'm happy you're here today. Something happened yesterday. Probably the greatest women's boxing card of all time.
Yes.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I was able to watch the tail end of it. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to see all of it, but
I watched every fight. And
oh man, and real quick, just a footnote so I don't forget it, you know, because part of me, you know, my memory sometimes it'll slip me with that Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. If I'm not mistaken, Behind the Hands told me that she got the call to spar Katie Taylor, I think, for her farewell fight, if I'm not mistaken, which is dope. Do you see what I'm saying? Like how your hard work, determination, that grit that she got, you get what I'm saying? Got her in a position where you could be sparring. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my dog. You get what I'm saying? Sparring with arguably easily one of the best female fighters in the history of the sport, and Katie Taylor. Get what I'm saying? That shit is dope, man. Shit like that is crazy. Shout out to my dog, man. I know that one. I know this one hurt, my guy. I know it did.
I think the direction that women's boxing is going is a great real estate for Hannah Rapp.
Yes, sir.
You know, I mean, from what I saw last night, there was so many people coming from different, no, let me be more specific. There's so many women from different places and different backgrounds and different ethnicities and different styles and different, this amount of amateur experience, this amount of, you know, everybody came from so many different little walks of life, and they were on the same stage. And the prelim card was phenomenal. The actual card was phenomenal. And, you know, don't get me wrong, there was it is a MVP promotion, but it was monumental to have that many females. Having people pull out of fights, has that been difficult as a professional?
Absolutely. I didn't think I'd be dealing with it as much as I did in the amateurs.
Why not?
See?
I mean, you think you're there you're a pro, you're signing up to do this. You would think that more people would be willing to fight.
I agree.
But
I agree.
I think it's unfortunate how unforgiving boxing can be. So from like one perspective, I can see like people wanting to protect their records because they get one loss or one draw even and doors start closing. And I think we've dealt with that a little bit.
And this is coming from somebody that took a loss, got a loss and a draw. You hear what they saying? You hear what she's saying, should I say? Shedding light on that. Like people like, you ain't protecting AO. And then I'm telling you, one of them laws come in, should start getting spooky, opportunities start, you know what I mean? I'm telling you, man, it's tough to navigate this game. And this is somebody that picked it up at 22. Y'all heard 22 years old and wasn't ducking no kind of rat. You get what I'm saying? But for her to be able to shed light on that, I think is dope. That's real. You know what I'm saying? And that's coming from a person that wasn't about trying to protect nothing. Get them in there. You get what I'm saying? What? 10 fights in, 9 fights in. She in there with Tierra Brown, picking up the game at 22 this late in the game.
But it was monumental to have that many females. Having people pull out of fights, has that been difficult as a professional?
Absolutely. I didn't think I'd be dealing with it as much as I did in the amateurs.
Why not?
I mean, you think you're a pro, you're signing up to do this. You would think that more people would be willing to fight.
I agree.
But
I agree.
I think it's unfortunate how unforgiving boxing can be. So from like one perspective, I can see like people wanting to protect their records because they get one loss or one draw even and doors start closing. And I think we've dealt with that a little bit. But we've had some opportunities recently that we've taken at the drop of a hat that have just kind of slipped through our fingers, unfortunately. For example, we were supposed to fight Elise Soto at the start of June. We were given the fight with a week, I think it was like a week's notice. We get the contract. Yeah, we get the contract. We're like, hell yeah, this is going to be a great opportunity. Finally, like the opportunity.
She looking at it. Look at her mentality. She looking at it, getting a fight on a week's notice is a great opportunity. Not crying, complaining, wish she could have. That ain't enough time. She like, oh, nah, that's a great opportunity. It's just right what I've been looking for. That's why I say, man, it's so much deeper than the win or the loss. It's the person for me, man. The mentality, man, the drive, the backstory, the way these fighters overcome and persevere through all the landmines that you got to avoid, trying to get through a boxing career and be successful at that. Crazy. It's crazy with these
opportunity to be on TV. All that stuff is here. And so we take it at the drop of a hat. We sign the contract. We send it back to them. It's like radio silence for like 4 days.
Okay.
And then they sit on it. And then like Sunday rolls around. We're supposed to be fighting Friday. And she got an injury, apparently.
Okay.
Which, who knows?
You never know.
Who knows?
You never know.
She did fight 2 days ago. So
yeah,
that sucks to see as somebody who that was supposed to be me.
Yeah.
But that's how it goes. And
I think you one of those people, and I'm seeing it with a lot of different people that I actually have met and have a relationship with, that you become a victim of how good you are.
A little too fast, I think, because I have like 13, 14 fights total. Across amateurs and pros, and so I'm fighting to get fights.
I would sell myself like that. I've only fought 14.
Struggling to get fights, but only 7, 8 amateur fights, period. And then you turn pro, you still having trouble getting fights. But a dummy would get on here. Nah, they just need to get in there and fight. Yeah, they just need to get in there and fight. Yeah, they talk too much. Yeah, it's a lot of people that, pull out of fights and fights fall apart right at the last minute. It's a lot of stuff that these people go through just to be able to walk up those steps. So many moving parts before you even think you about to walk, make a ring walk. Get what I'm saying? So much shit that could go wrong, man. I'm telling you, it's crazy, fam. It's crazy. Hey, Jordan.
How bad can it be?
It can't be bad. No one's fought me. No one knows. I don't even know. You gotta. That's what
play it off like
your shirt should say. I don't even know.
I don't even know.
I don't even know.
Just try it.
This can go any way. Try it. Try me, please. Let's see. But I think what I was saying though, even though that happened, and I'm almost positive it won't be the last time.
Right.
I mean, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. I think people are going to have their plans and, like how you were saying, protect their O's, and they're going to have different agendas and different things that they want to happen. And you could be somebody that could foil that for them, regardless of your lack of experience. You know, I think when people find out, you know, it's too late if they're in the ring with you. You know, that's tough, you know. But I think you kind of have the certain drive of somebody that's going to go after it. So, you know, I don't think it's going to hurt you as bad as it hurts others. What I was going to say is, in the future, would you be looking to get a part of those type of all-female cards?
Oh, I would love to be on that. I was getting goosebumps last night watching it. I'm like, because I've seen myself like in my head, like on those cards since I started boxing.
Man,
that should be me. I should be in there.
I mean, I'm watching Layla Ali and all the rest of them commentate and talk about the significance of it, and it was just really, really cool to see it. You know, I mean, you did watch the main event?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
What do you think of
She was making her way, and that's for sure.
people like Katie Taylor and Madison Solano?
I think, I mean, they've laid the foundation for boxers like myself and others who are coming in behind them, and they're at the end of their career. But my God, how much they've done for women's boxing! It's hard to put into words. And so, like, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, like coming up behind them and hoping that I can get a piece of that pie too, and because I see myself in their shoes. Like,
I think that's part of the battle, actually seeing yourself be there. You know, the Guinness Book of World Records was involved last night.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, they had they broke a record of having the most belts on the line in one card, 17.
That's awesome.
17. They had 17, I want to say in 3 undisputed fights or something like that. So they had quite a bit happening, you know, one night, you know. But I think if you continue to pursue the way you're pursuing with those who you're pursuing it with, it's going to get closer and closer and closer, and it'll be there. Let me ask you this, though. Going forward, let's just say in the next 2 years, where do you see Hannah at?
I really do see myself as like in title contention, world title contention. You know, if we're given the opportunities. But you know, unfortunately for my opponents, I love to train, so I never take time off. May take a couple days. You know, everybody's got to take some rest. But I love being in the gym. I love my craft. I will do this no matter what. I won't get paid for it, and I'll still do it anyway because I love it. You know, I've always said the money is the cherry on top. I'd love to be able to pay my team because they do so much for me. That's a big part of my motivation. But, you know, I would love for those opportunities to start to coalesce.
So you just gave me a nice chunk of your commitment to boxing. What do you do to get away from boxing?
That's a good question.
I mean, you know, you finish a fight, you got time.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I like to rock climb. So I'll do some.
So you go from endangering yourself to really
endangering
yourself. I see. I got you. That sounds fun.
Yep.
She has to go rock climb when I tell her don't bring her ass in the gym.
That's right. Yeah, I'm 60 feet up in the air.
Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna find something different that's dangerous.
Yeah. Love hiking, love rock climbing and camping and stuff like
Outdoors type of person.
Yeah. Oh, love it. Love to run.
Okay, you're not getting ready for a fight, and I got to put us as far mentally away from it as possible. What is your guilty pleasure to eat out of food?
I could smash a box of Cheez-Its.
Cheez-Its?
Cheez-Its, dog. Cheez-Its, Goldfish. You ever heard of Better Cheddars? You better look for them.
Better Cheddars?
Hell yeah.
I've never heard of Better Cheddar. What is Better Cheddar?
It's a top shelf item. That's why you never see it.
That's probably why I never
It's this little like wafer thin. I don't even know how to describe it. It melts in your mouth. You got to look for
and
Better
Cheddar.
Cheddar.
Better Cheddar.
Better Cheddar. Whales. You ever had whales?
Yeah, I heard of whales. I heard of whales.
Love all that.
Okay, so you like a snacky person.
Yeah, a little salty.
I thought you was going to say, I want a greasy cheeseburger. No, she said Cheez-Its.
Cheez-Its.
Yeah, I got you. You even when we say let's do bad, you're like, only a little bit.
Yeah.
I get it. So, you know, being able to get away from the sport is always mentally something that's important for people. You know, I always ask people, you know, what do you do to get away? I've heard everything from, man, I play video games, or I go hang out with my significant other, or man, I don't ever leave. You know, I've heard some, I'm here all the time. After the fight, I'm back. You know, he'd be like, man, you need some time.
Right,
you know,
right.
But, you know, I think where you going is phenomenal. I don't think there's a lot of females that make this kind of splash with that minimal of, hey, I got 14 fights total. You know, you know, I got 14. I mean, that's not normal, you know. And then, you know, from people saying, you know, man, Hannah she's different. What you mean she's different, man? She hit me and I was mad at it, you know. Like, man, is that serious? Like, man, she can punch, you know. I hear so much about you, you know, your reputation has preceded itself, you know. But that's really cool. I think you're on your way, and I'm gonna be front row to watch it. Do you have anything coming up in the foreseeable future?
Man, we were really hoping to get a fight August 9th on a Louisville card to fight Rosa Torres, but again, we gave them the offer, like, hey, we want to fight. We know you're looking for a fight. And radio silence for 4 days, and then they said, hell no.
Man,
she's 5-0 too, so like.
Yeah, so that's risky for her, you know.
Yeah.
You know, in her mind, I'm guessing, you know, because you're gonna hear that a lot. You're gonna hear that a whole lot. You know, I think where you at is it's a shaky place. It's a place that kind of can deter you from, you know, your confidence, because people keep doing that, but you just keep moving forward, you know, the closer you get to something, the more clear your vision is going to become.
Yeah.
And I think eventually you can be a person in the driver's seat to where everybody put a target on you, you know. I mean, it's going to be either or, you know. I think people kind of forget that. The same way you're avoided, you could easily be the target, you know. And although the target sounds fun, you know, it's not, you know, it's hard work to stay at the top. A lot of pressure. So for you to have to hard work your way to the top, that's just as cool and just as challenging. So, you know, somebody like yourself who's a farm girl with a degree, who don't stop and eat cheeses, man, I think you on your way, you know. But I enjoyed this. I appreciate you for pulling up on me. How can people follow you?
I'm pretty much just on Instagram at HRAP7, HRAPP7. Yeah, I post sometimes.
I post sometimes, you know. So we're gonna try to see if we get her to post a little bit more.
Yeah.
So we can gain a little bit more interest.
That's right.
And a little bit more traction. But Hanarchy Rapp, the NABF featherweight champion.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time.
We out.
Shout out to my dog, man. Always well done by him, man. Definitely a great build, man. You know, like he say he don't do interviews, he do conversations. I always say I don't do conversations, I do builds. Similar stuff, right? So you want to make it like a conversation, man. She's just a dope person. You could see her energy and stuff like that, man. Just easy to support somebody like this for sure, man. It's just unfortunate what happened. You get what I'm saying? Stuff like this is just disgusting. Disgusting work, man. And, you know, here goes some of her, you know, accomplishments and stuff in her short time. You know, her career record, 8-1 and 5 KOs. Like you said, she won that NABF title. She challenged Tiara Brown. This was just June 13th, fam. She just fought Tiara Brown. She gave her hell. She went in there and face was a bloody mess, and she was going at it. You know, I got a short clip in here. And blood everywhere, man. Shout out to Hannah Rapp, man. You see some of the stuff that she was able to accomplish during her short time here, man. 2-time Indiana Golden Gloves champion, former Purdue track and field athlete, dedicated mentor, environmental engineer, and she got a damn degree at that and still decided to box. Hey, I'm a fight for a living. So shout out to her, man. I think she was on her way. You get me? And after a fight like that with Tiara Brown, you only win. You only gain fans. You don't lose them. That's one of those fights where you ain't get the nod, but you showed up. You get what I'm saying? You showed up and you left the impression on the people, right? I'm pretty sure Tierra Brown respect your game, right? You went out there and made it rough. You could have been another knockout victim and you wasn't. You know what I mean? Especially with your face bleeding the way it was, but you see her. She just fought to the end, all the way to the end. You know what I mean? She earned her respect, man. It just, for that situation, like I said, that happened, that just rubbed me all kinds of wrong, man. It was just some messed up stuff, man. Let's see something.
Women's featherweight boxer Hannah Rapp has died after a road rage attack in Brazos County, Texas, police said. Authorities say Rapp was riding her bicycle when a car hit her, then stopped and reversed over her. Police identified Charles Medina, 31, as the driver of the car. He was arrested, charged with manslaughter, and is being held at a detention center. The loss of Hannah Rapp leaves us heartbroken, WBC President Mauricio Suleiman said in a statement. She was an exceptional boxer, but above all, an invaluable member of our boxing family. Rapp was a track athlete at Purdue before transitioning to boxing. A native of Yorktown, Indiana, she moved to College Station, Texas, and turned pro in 2024. Rapp had gone 8-1 in her boxing career before challenging Tierra Brown for a title in June.
That's crazy because she said she was going to be challenging for the title when he asked her. He asked her, and that was before she got the call and all that. And then on top of that, imagine getting a call to be able to, you know, join a training camp with arguably one of the best female fighters in this time for sure, in Katie Taylor, right? It just, even after a loss, man, things can continue to go up for you. You get what I'm saying? Definitely an evil world, man. You reversed your car and ran her over. Every day, every minute, every hour that you spend, you earned that. You deserve it, man. The way she deserved with the good that was coming to her boxing career because she kept working. Damn sure on the flip side, that dude, that evil guy definitely deserved everything he got coming to him. And then some. That's disgusting work, man. Nasty work. You know what I mean? From 1999 to 2026, man. Very young. Definitely too soon, man. It's just sad, man. Sad situation for sure. Shout out to my dog. I know this was his real life homie. You know what I'm saying? And he watched her grind. You know what I'm saying? All the way to this point. Get what I'm saying? That's why the respect that certain people have for this sport be different, man. I make time for a lot of things, but I said this one right here made me feel a little crazy, man. I'm like, damn, this is the female that you've been telling me about. This is the reason why I know who she is because he made me aware of her. So shout out to Hannah Rapp, RIP. You see them accomplishments up there on the screen, man. She was, and you know, especially in women's boxing, you gotta respect this. You get what I'm saying? You got to. Got to, man. 22 years old, man. Keep that in mind. 22 years old, fam. Picking up the sport that late is crazy to me. And still making it to be able to do some stuff that a lot of people won't be able to do. 27 years old. Think about that. 22 years old, this happened. 27 years old. Get what I'm saying? In just that 5-year span. You had 7-8 amateur fights and was able to put yourself in position to be fighting for a world title. Although you came up short, it's about the grind. Like, you got there once, you damn sure could get there. More experience, more fights, another opportunity. You get what I'm saying? Shit, it's a lot of people that went in there and got their asses handed to them by Tierra Brown. You know what I'm saying? She went in there and worked. You know what I'm saying? Put that damn work in. She would have been 27, 10 days. Damn, man. Not even 20. Nasty work, bro. Nasty work. RIP to the champ, man. She made a mark, man. I swear. I hope her people find some peace for real, man. That's unfortunate. Get what I'm saying? Shout out to Hannah Rapp, man. And salute to everybody that rocked out and listen with me, man, with this interview with my dog, man. Daniel, what's good, fam? Yeah, she was on her way, man, making a mark for sure. You know what I'm saying? For sure. You know it ain't over in female, especially in women's boxing with no one loss. You know it ain't over. You know what I mean? Look who you lost to in a title fight. That's Tierra Brown is really a dog, man. She really is. No shame in losing to her at all. still was able to accomplish some things. And like I said, getting invited to a camp with Katie Taylor for a farewell fight, that's epic. You know what I'm saying? For her, you get what I'm saying? Yeah, that's crazy, man. Life cut short like that because of some evil idiot. You know what I'm saying? In the streets. Nasty, nasty work, yeah. Nasty, nasty work. But shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hit that like button, man. We gonna keep building, man. Just wanted to show some love to Hannah Rapp today. That story was nasty, man. Nasty to hear. And we gonna keep rocking, man. The like button, we got some things, so we got some lighter stuff to get to. We know what I mean? I ain't gonna leave y'all hanging with the box and stuff. I know why y'all's here too, but again, man, I wanted to make sure I took some time to do that, man. Shout out to my dog behind the hands TV. We got some more stuff we gonna get to, man. So y'all already know, man, in this boxing space, y'all know the news that broke that got everybody with their mixed opinions, man. And you know, one of the more opinionated colored commentators over the years have been Paulie Malignaggi. You know, and he had said it in it. I think he went on his show and said it, but he did an interview thing recently. I think this was Fight Hub that I'm about to play. And he talked about, you know, the ZUFFA fighters and everybody that went there. And look, his opinion is his opinion. I ain't gonna attack the man for his opinion. I just wanted to play it, let y'all hear it, and just get my thoughts on it. You know, he pretty much called them all sellouts. You know what I mean? Saying they sold their sport out, different things like that. And I just can't level with that because, again, I feel like it's easy to say what you would or wouldn't do, not being in the situation. And I think being a prize fighter and you know your goal, especially with each deal, as you continue to level up in your career, is to try to continue to secure that bag and the most money possible while continuing to try to chase down your legacy. And I don't see no issue with that. But, you know, Shakur more recently was the biggest name I believe that they signed over there, right? And he's been everywhere, being heavily promoted, being at ZUFFA events. And there's been a lot of negative press, and I just can't understand why. You get me? ZUFFA wouldn't exist to me if promoters and other promotional companies was putting together these fights or paying these guys certain money, whatever the case may be, right? You know, entities like ZUFFA just wouldn't exist. And it seemed like soon as this guy makes a move, it's like the end of the world. It's the worst move. You're selling out boxing. Y'all all selling out boxing. You know, what is boxing doing to us when they drag fights out for years and don't give them to us, right? What is boxing doing when they create side of the street narratives and different things like that? What is boxing doing when you got promoters that have been in place since yesteryear, not being willing to work with each other to give us the right kind of fights? Who's selling who out, right? I mean, they stringing us along. And then as soon as somebody come in, and you would think with the idea that they could put up the money to make certain fights with certain particular fighters, I don't see it as the end of the world. I think it's an experiment that we got to wait and see how it all unfolds. I understand being, you know, apprehensive, having your reservations, questioning things, but to try to deem a guy a sellout for doing the best for him and his career and his family is ridiculous. I think that's what all these guys are doing. You know what I'm saying? And every opportunity ain't going to be the same for every fighter. It's just that simple. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my dog. You already know, man. Shout out to my guy behind the hands. That you do a great job shedding light on these fighters, man. MLC, what it do when these fighters take less money and have to pay sanctioning fees, right? Like, it's all how we against fighters trying to do the best for themselves with the ideal and intent to make fights. Like, we already just assuming, nah, there's no way you can make this fight. And then why I'm always refuse to believe that? Because I feel like if anybody is truly vested in making fights, these teams, these fighters and such, to get on the same page and make them. I don't think you got to be somewhere to make certain fights. Like, this is 2026. We still talking about where you sign up at to make certain fights when we've seen guys go through a number of different promotional companies and different entities and fights still don't happen. So it's like, what's the magic landing spot? You get what I'm saying? It's always a complaint. At the end of the day, I'm supporting boxing. You give me something that's worth my money, I'm supporting it, man. Big shout out to Mark, as always, supporting the grind. And that color in the chat says, salute just doing the chat. Shout out to my dog. So it's just a wait and see. It's an experiment for sure. I get it. Everybody not going to be on board. Everybody not going to like it. But until I start seeing things going down the drain, until I'll see them start having guys hostage and not making fights, then I'll start complaining. But I'm not going to worry myself about something that the fighters seemingly ain't even worried about. I feel like to do great business, you're going to have to make it make sense. I don't think nobody's in the business of boxing to just give away money just because they like you that much. So I'm optimistic that, you know, if you're gonna pay a lot, then it's gonna have to be certain guys that you align your fighters that you sign with, or you just gonna be overpaying and the fighter gonna be under delivering to the fans, right? So I just don't see that being the case. I really don't. But anything can happen. We just gonna have to wait and see. But we're gonna keep it rolling, man, on this good Sunday. We're over an hour in. We're gonna keep building. Let's get to this joint that Paulie was talking about, man. He seemed pretty wiped up. You know, Paulie but he don't bite his tongue. I'm always respect that about him. He gonna speak his mind, as you should, but you know, I'm not about to overreact though. You get me? I'm not about to overreact. Let some of this stuff play out and see what it's gonna be. But let's see, man. Let's see. I just think the days of fighters just fighting for belts and just legacy alone is over. I don't think it's no more. Another thing, it's no more selling fighters to that. You know, it's more important to get the admiration from the fans than you know, go actually secure the bag. And I know a lot of times, and we're going to get right into this interview, I got to say, I know a lot of times people compare this era of boxing to the days of yesteryear, as I like to call them, back in the day. In my day, this, in my day, that, in the 80s and this, in the 90s, that, early 2000s, this and that. I just think things have shifted so much since then, and it's not all just the fighters is just not the only ones to blame. I think the admiration of the fans and the support and the appreciation was far different at those times too. You get what I'm saying? Where again, we always highlight how one loss didn't matter. Yeah, that was back then because people appreciated boxing so much more, right? The casual voice, in my opinion, just wasn't as loud back then as it is now with social media and just all these different avenues since then, right? These different ways to make money. And you see like the YouTubers dipping their toe in it and just got so much going on. But the appreciation has I think wavered as the years went on. Like people love to have an opinion more than they love to support boxing. And we see that in large, right? We see it running rampant all over the place. I think that's why fighters seem more aware of, you know what, I'm gonna get my money and get up out of here, because these people don't really give a damn. Back in the day, I think people cared more, and you were able to sell to the fighter about this legacy where maybe money just didn't seem like as much of a factor as it is today. But I think that's always been a driving force. But I think it was once upon a time where you could really get somebody to care about a belt or the admiration of the fans and the way they viewed, right, rather than securing the most money. And now you see how a lot of those guys end up versus some of these new age fighters. You can see a guy like Crawford, for perfect example, retire at the top of his game, you know, with all his faculties and his money, right? He's showing you that there is a way to get to the end, right? To the end of that tunnel and get up out of there, right? With everything intact. And I feel like a lot more fighters are aware of that. And instead of just this, you know, oh, it's just legacy and belts and nah, people like, bro, what's up? You know what I'm saying? What's up with the bag? What that bag looking like? And I just think that's the way it is. And people just got to get used to it. You get me? The appreciation is not the same. Fighters are aware of, like Haney Rapp just spoke in that interview, doors closing, right? Opportunities not being available. You start losing, right? Shit just different. So I think in today's boxing, man, these fighters are very aware, and I feel like as long as they do have O's intact and they building, I don't see it as just flat out them protecting or being scared to lose, but I see guys being very business savvy and selective and as to the way they move. You get me? And I think all fighters should be smart, right? One thing you don't never want to do in boxing is get tricked out of your spot, bro. You know what I'm saying? And there's no tomorrows in boxing. Nothing is promised. So when guys see deals like a ZUFFA deal on the table, it's going to pique your interest, especially if they speak in your language. They talking about not only paying you, but securing the fights. You get me? And then you see DAZN was just a little bit slow to the trigger, right? And DAZN ZUFFA struck first, and that's where he went. And I'm pretty sure that probably was a similar situation for other guys. You know what I'm saying? ZUFFA was serious about their business. DAZN was dragging their feet. You know what I'm saying? They could have made the same offer, could have been offered Shakur a deal, try to secure something. They ain't have to wait. And that's the thing. Why wait until ZUFFA, right, is in the picture, right? I could have been tried that and secure a different deal with him way before that. And I blame them for it. So don't, when guys like Eddie Hearn come out and be overly critical of the move, my question is it a bit of sour grapes, right? You could be speaking what he feel like is his truth on the ZUFFA situation as a whole, but is it a bit of sour grapes? We see how you did it with Conor Ben. You never had re-signed him to no contract, and then he ends up, you see what I'm saying, going to ZUFFA when you could have had him locked in to a contract if you really rock with him like that. So I think that some of the blame goes on Eddie for some of his fighters that he had no longer being under his banner and going to ZUFFA. Let's go, man. Let's hear what Paulie had to say, though.
For me, is huge headlines out of boxing. Shakur Stevenson
good,
leaving the normal ranks of the fight game and going to ZUFFA. What were your thought process on that?
They gave him a lot of money. He went where the money is, and it's hard for me to judge. I don't count any man's money. Every man can make their decision. I think Shakur is the best fighter in the sport. But I will say this. ZUFFA's plan is not to keep paying guys like this. Right now they're paying the superstars to attract the attention so they can attract all the prospects and they can attract the lesser fighters to go there. Eventually,
Well, isn't that real quick? Isn't that a model that everybody else use, right? How is it? I'm just asking for anybody in the chat that's tapped in. Like, is that any different from what any other promotional companies do? They make these splashes and these signings and, with the ideal of attracting other fighters, right? You know what I'm saying? Why would it be any different? How's it any different from any other sport where the top guys get the biggest the biggest bags, right? It's no different. And I feel like to just assume because a top fighter is getting some type of money that you also gonna get that I think that's ridiculous, and you got to be a fool to set yourself up that way. So I think what they're doing is just no different than what a lot of other people do. Like, think about it. Eddie Hearn, in a couple of different occasions, he admitted to doing so with Devin Haney, right? It was early in the game. They needed a splash, so they overpaid him. That's what he said, right? So all I'm saying is, see, it's funny now. You fast forward to today, Eddie Hearn is very critical of ZUFFA and their plan and how they're moving. But once upon a time, he was ZUFFA. He was in the same shoes as them, trying to build up his roster, get people to believe in the app member. The DAZN people was like, man, I ain't getting no app man member. People was against it. It was some resistance. It wasn't just smooth selling at first. People was like, man, I don't want no damn app for no DAZN. I remember it was for a while people was complaining, and then it, after a while, I guess people started to take him serious and respect him. But once upon a time, he was in the same position as ZUFFA was, having to overpay with the ideal, I know, to attract other people to sign on as well. It's the same shit to me. It's just competition. And it seemed like if you're on the opposite side of a promoter, they're going to definitely talk about what you're doing like it's the worst thing in the world. But like I said, you peel back them layers, and you'll see that a lot of other people follow the same method that they following now, man. Signing guys, paying them with the ideal of attracting other fighters to their company. It's just no different right now. It's just people don't like Dana White and ZUFFA in Turkey, I guess. That's the biggest
They
difference.
want to own the entire landscape. And what happens when ZUFFA owns the entire landscape? Well, we already know what happens because we've seen it, the example from the UFC, how they start paying guys, you know. So I think right now they're opening their pocketbooks to attract this attention and get other people to believe that this is the way they're always going to pay. But in reality, their track record proves differently, you know. So it's hard for me to say, oh, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't go there, because you know you're basically going scorched earth on the rest of the business. The guys that are coming after you are not going to have those opportunities if these guys take over. You know, they're gonna be paid much less if these guys if the model that these guys use starts to become the norm in the sport. You know, because we see the problems the UFC fighters have financially, right, and economically from that perspective. So I can't say, okay, just don't do that. There's so much money involved, but at the same time, do what you want, but I do believe every big name that's signing with ZUFFA is selling out. I will say that. You know, that's my opinion. Every big name that's signing with ZUFFA is a sellout to the sport, not to themselves. You know.
Yeah, you see, he's saying not to themselves, but I get how you're trying to separate it. But a sellout is a sellout. Period. If you're a sellout, you're a sellout. You know what I'm saying? Just to the sport, but not to themselves. Why not to themselves? Because they're making money. Like, and why would they be selling the sport out? Like, is that any different than staying where you at? Would that have been any different than him staying where he was at if the zone would have beat ZUFFA to the punch? Had he resigned as the zone that's not selling out the sport, what makes ZUFFA so much different is what I want to understand. Why I got to be considered somebody selling out the sport because you're able to reap the benefits of your hard work. There, it ain't like you just woke up one day and you just some run-of-the-mill fighter and ZUFFA just offering you career changing or life changing money. It's the you know, it's a combination of all the work that you put in that led you to this point to be in a position where you can have guys offering you big deals and, you know, a lot of money, right? So I refuse to look at it that way. Like, oh, now all of a sudden now these dudes got to be sellouts. So now I think you do what you're supposed to do for your career, and you can't go into no deal thinking about if the next man is going to be able to eat like you, because you get what I'm saying? It's just silly. It's just silly to think that way, right? Like, what's for you is what's for you, and what's for them is what's for them, right? And it's levels, man. You work your way to a certain position and you reap the benefits of it. And I feel like any fighter that would be in his position right now where you can make that kind of money would do the same thing. I think that's why guys are doing it. You don't see people going the opposite way. You get what I'm saying? This is the thing, because and it's crazy because you're going to say it. Guys go where the money is, but that's not just, you could take ZUFFA off the table. Haven't guys been going where the money is all this time? How is it any different? You see guys take fights that they probably shouldn't take because there's money on the line, right? You're prize fighters, and I just don't understand how that's supposed to be any different when it's ZUFFA, right? You get me? I just can't look at it as a sellout situation, and that's for none of the fighters that done it, because from what I could understand, I'm pretty sure all of these guys are accepting these deals because, yes, they thinking about the money. But you heard the first thing Shakur said out his mouth, which tells me where his mind is. It wasn't just about the money. Yeah, people gonna talk about money and it's a big deal and this. But he like, bro, they saying it ain't no restrictions and we can make it. We can make these fights. That's what's important to me. And I feel like that's kind of getting lost. That's like an afterthought because people are so stuck on how much money he is or is not possibly making in this situation. And I think the bigger picture is, you know, not just money, right? That's for him. He got that secured. Dana White said he paid him. Now it's for us as fight fans to see if they're going to be able to secure the fights. Because what people going to say if they're able to make the fights? Then what? Is he still a sellout? So I ain't buying it. I don't buy it. I'm just like, guys found another opportunity outside of these promotional companies that have been in place, and we're going to see how it all works out.
Don't do that. There's so much money involved. But at the same time, do what you want. But I do believe every big name that's signing with ZUFFA is selling out. I will say that. That's my opinion. Every big name that's signing with ZUFFA is a sellout to the sport. Not to themselves. They're doing good. But they're selling out to the sport. And when I say selling out to the sport, I don't mean because this business is such a good business. It's not. It's a terrible business. But you're selling out everybody coming behind you. Everybody who's got these dreams and hopes to one day achieve what everybody has achieved before them. You're selling all those people out. You're selling out people who you don't even know who they are. The next generation of talents who, I wouldn't say that are 20 years old now, because I don't think the changeover is going to happen so quickly. But if these guys get their way, the kids that are 10 years old right now, by the time they get ready to turn pro and become phenoms of the next generation, they're not going to be able to walk in those shoes. And that's my problem. You're selling out those kids.
Wow.
I don't get it. So he's selling out kids from the future because they taking deals now because those kids won't be able to walk in their shoes. What if because they blazed the trail, what if other people are able to walk that same path because they're talented, right? That's crazy. That's like saying, don't reap the benefits of all your hard work. All the big names on ZUFFA. Don't reap the benefits of your hard work, Edgar Berlanga, whatever that is, right? Richardson Hitchens, a guy that was held in boxing purgatory with Mayweather Promotions where stuff was seemingly supposed to run smooth, and it didn't, right? Because you'd be surprised that guys are seeking out other opportunities, fam. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't get this. I really don't. Like, and I said this from the very start when it first, we heard mention about ZUFFA being real. Say, yo, it's going to be one of them situations where it's different strokes for different folks and everything ain't for everybody. And that just might be for some of the fighters that are fighting now, right? Who would that ultimately affect in the long run? Boxing or ZUFFA, if they're not able to get other guys on board because they realize they're not able to make the money, right? Like, I'm just trying to understand how this works. I think everything is case by case basis. If it makes sense for you as a fighter, then you go with it. If it don't, it don't. But regardless whether it was ZUFFA or anybody else, like I said, people are not going to make the money that a Shakur or guys like that make because they're not as good as they're not as accomplished or not as talented. So he was going to be able to make money regardless. As you can see, he said the zone came with similar offer, right? It just came after the fact. So regardless of what, with his talent and the things that he achieved and proved already, he was going to be in a situation where he could be offered a very lucrative deal, right? And that has nothing to do with the next man. You can't worry about what the next man eat don't make you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, why worry about that? I just can't look at it like that. You get me? You made an opportunity. And again, all you've been hearing is about money this, money that. When it's time for these big fights, we think they're big fights, but it might not be enough money, or guys can't get paid, or dudes want too much. We haven't heard somebody over there when they make a fight through Turkey want too much. Guys have been getting paid when you get paid how you weigh, right? In some cases, people say you overpaid. So that's what I think the thinking is, aligning yourself with Turkey, right? He's supposed to be able to have this bag or the financial freedom, I'll just say that, to be able to make these more lucrative fights without the money getting in the way of the fight. And that's how I see it. Let's keep going, y'all.
When you talk about those kids, you look at guys like Ryan Garcia, where Ryan Garcia was one of those boxing kids.
Yeah.
It's not with ZUFFA, but fighting a guy that is with ZUFFA, with Conor being September 12th, Las Vegas. What do you think about that matchup?
Listen, both guys are very popular, and I think that's why the fight gets made. Business is business, right? So you got two guys who are very popular. Conor is very popular in the UK. Ryan is popular in the US, but probably worldwide with his YouTuber audience, his streamer audience. So I do think that, fight makes sense from that perspective. How can you not make it? But as far as the kind of fight it's going to be a disappointment as a fight. I think it's a one-sided fight. I don't think Conor Ben is on that level. Call Ryan a YouTuber, call Ryan a streamer, call Ryan what you want. But when Ryan shows up focused, Ryan is still a world-class fighter, and that's for that reason he owns a world championship. For me, Conor Ben is a guy who's placed there out of popularity, and unless you do the Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. route, where you rob half of the guys on his record and you rob them, this guy's never going to become a world champion, And I think that, this fight is popular for a lot of reasons. But ultimately, as a fighter, the people on the inside as a fighters, and we're in the minority. The people that actually understand boxing, the people that watch this fight, these two guys are so popular that majority of people are going to bring, the majority of the people that gets brought to a fight like this, brings their attention to a fight like this, are not boxing people, right? So they're just going to watch it out of the curiosity because both of these guys are so popular. And that's why these kind of fights cross over, right? But
shout out to Kawhi. What's good, fam? Radio was good, homie. He said, Paulie, shit, man. Look, this dude, I get it, man. But with the fight he's speaking on is a prime example of how things could be made. Ryan Garcia is on Golden Boy, who's under the same umbrella, and now you can add PBC to that mix. So my thing is, if they can make Ryan and Conor Ben, who signed his most recent deal with ZUFFA, but somehow he's able to fight a Golden Boy fighter, I don't see why signing the ZUFFA takes anybody else off the table if they're all under that umbrella. People made a big deal about not re-signing with DAZN. Sounds familiar? They did the same thing with Top Rank, y'all. It's always something to complain about. Whatever. They all under the same umbrella. You got Connors with ZUFFA because you definitely ain't with Eddie Hearn, right? And ain't they putting that fight together, right? Fights can be made. I'm sick of the excuses, man. Anybody telling you anything different, that is promotional company stopping it, they full of shit. Because this is a prime example of how that's not the case. Get what I'm saying? Shout out to Teach. So on Delivery, we can't complain about people saying that they sold out. Nah, you can't. You can't. It just still don't mean, you know what I'm saying? They have to deliver. It's just like, what's the difference, Teacher, them being with any of these other promotional companies and being told that they can make fights and the fight's not happening, right? They're not selling out then, right? But then as soon as they go across the pond and get their bag, it's like, I'll see y'all selling out. Nah, that dude got the financial freedom to make these fights if guys truly want to make them. That's what I'm saying. And I think we got evidence of it, and it's going to be more evidence when Ryan and Conor Ben actually, happen, right? Boom. That's an example. Guys want to fight, they can fight. You get me? Dudes just want an excuse, a barrier built in for why fights not happening, because and I'm starting to see it for what it is. Some of these people are pushing these narratives, Teach, and the rest of the chat is because whoever their favorite fighter is, they already feel like they not interested in certain fights. So if they build this excuse in and say, yo, this is the reason, they don't got to hold their favorite fighter accountable for not making one of the biggest fights in boxing with Shakur Stevenson. And that go for anybody from 35 to 40 to possibly 44, right? However you want to look at it. He's a big fight for these dudes, and they know it. So if they build in the excuse, somehow put all the accountability and dump it on his shoulders by saying, see, he made a move that takes him away from it. We hear this shit all the time. It's garbage. It's all garbage. When dudes want to fight, they fight. You get what I'm saying? Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence couldn't be more opposite. At opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of how they did business, and they still wanted to fight ultimately because what? Both guys really wanted that fight. And that's what that told me. None of these dudes are getting more benefit of the doubt than that. They made that shit. They even had to fall out of negotiations and come back to the table and still made it happen. That's what everybody else got to do. It don't matter what side you on, who you with, who you signed to. If your paper is right, you should have no excuse for getting in the ring and making a fight. And that's how I'm on it. You get me? Let's keep rolling. Everybody at the like button. We're going to keep building.
The minority is people like us who understand boxing. We in the minority know this is not a good fight. This is a one-sided mismatch, and I think I would be shocked if Ryan doesn't knock him out in a one-sided fight.
Wow, and a lot of people I've talked to feel that way, that Conor being with the come-forward style and the aggression is going to walk.
And doesn't have the power. Once he failed that drug test, so you can say he got cleared, but dude didn't have power before. He was right before all that. Then he went through a little string of strong power. He knocked out guys who had no business. He had no business knocking out. Those were some of the better fighters he was fighting. And all of a sudden he's gone backwards. And even level of opposition, he's gone backwards. He's not even coming close to hurting these guys. Eubank was weight drained and everything, so we can say that. But Eubank's probably the best fighter he's fought since then. But it was a weight drained Eubank, and even then he lost one of those fights. So I don't know, bro. It's not even people are going to say, oh, you're hating on Conor Ben. I think a lot of people agree with me, but it's not even me hating it. It's just me just calling it like I see it. I don't think the kid is that good, but he's very popular, so I understand it. His father was an excellent fighter. I understand it. The UK market is huge, so, they're able to create these kind of stars. I understand it, but that's it, man. You want me to tell you what I think of the fight, right? I understand why they're making the fight, too, but it's not.
And look, man, Conor Ben, the reason why I respect this game, I get it with the egg situation. That's going to be a part of his career until he retire. But But it is what it is. I seen the way the power just don't look the same ever since the egg situation. Make of it what you will. That's just my observation. He don't seem to be affecting guys the same way he was before that. I think he still can hurt you, obviously, right? It just depends on what Ryan come that night. If Ryan is fully focused and in shape, I expect him to win too against Conor Ben. But he can make this tricky, man, not being on point. Gonna be interesting to see how much pressure Conor Ben bring, because he talking like he's just gonna beat on Ryan, right? He gonna beat on him like a drum. We're gonna see if it's gonna be that simple, fam. But I think he got a shot because Ryan could be so unpredictable in terms of who's really gonna show up. He seemed like the belt has kept him somewhat honest and motivated. Let's see if that transitions into another fight, into his actual title defense of his, right? So I'm here for it, man. I ain't tripping on the fight. I think this is Conor Ben's best chance at a title. You're going to have to go through some fire if you're going to win it. Ryan is athletic from the waist up type of guy. Fast hands, really good left hook, solid right hand. Give me jab decent, but he can be cracked. He makes mistakes. He relies on the speed and power too much, I think, at times. Much like what I've seen from Conor Ben in certain instances. So let's see who's able to impose their will on the night, right? Is it going to be the speed and the left hook of Ryan Garcia catching Conor Ben and stopping him? Or is Conor Ben going to be able to bring the kind of pressure that's going to force Ryan into that little Victorville shell that he was doing, a silly shell, one of y'all was calling it. You get me? So probably I got Ben beating Ryan. Conor's a front run after 5 rounds. He out of gas. It's because he like to load up sometimes. He can be cracked. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He can be caught with something, man. He makes those mistakes. So, and he's been stopped before. He's been cracked to the body. It could be interesting. I don't know. You know what I mean? He said Ryan got 3 back-to-back showcase fights. Showcase is real, Jordan. You know it. Showcased out, fam. You know it. You know it. Pooh the Kid, my dog, man. Being a member for 19 months. I know he gonna make it to 2 years. My dog. Appreciate the love. He said, "Man, G, glad you back doing well for sure. Still, you know, getting over them little stones, but it ain't slowing nothing down." Again, happy belated birthdays to my baby girl and my baby boy, man. We usually be live streaming, but we enjoyed our days, man. We gonna keep the bill going. Shout out to Pooh. But yeah, Conor has to be in shape. He got to be able to make this weight at 47 where it's not killing him. He can't be all, you get me? He got to get back to himself. He's still dropping down from that little catch weight that he fought with Regis. So he eased his way back to 47. Maybe that'll do him some good. But I'll be paying attention to see if his punch resistance look like it's compromised. This is after 2 fights with Chris Eubank. That first one was grueling. You get what I'm saying? The Regis Prograis fight wasn't an easy fight for him neither. So we'll see. We'll see. Is he shot more? Right? Who's the fresher guy going into this fight? Who gonna be more prepared for this fight? You know, because for what Conor Ben lacks, I think, in IQ or skill or whatever the case, pedigree, he does make up in certain areas with sheer hard work and determination. The dude works hard as hell. So, you know what I mean? Is it going to be one of them situations where hard work beats talent? Because Ryan is the talent. Conor Ben is the hard work, right? He's gotten to this point, despite the lack of skills that people would say he had picking up boxing late, like we know he had, right? He's gotten here, you know, you could say the Ben last name, his father was a good fighter, but some of that has been with hard work, because it don't matter what your father's last name was if you're not good to a degree, right? If you can't win fights, should I say, right? And he has something there, right? Because he works extremely hard at it. So Conor Ben, I know people probably won't agree. I don't call him trash. I just think he's limited. You get me? Different guys, right? If you're a dude that picked up boxing that late, I can't expect you to look like a guy that has been doing this since a kid. I can't expect you to look like an Olympian, a medalist of any sort, right? I don't expect those things from you. But what I see from him is a guy that does have the last name because of the pops, but he's put his fair share of hard work in to kind of get into this position. So I do think this opportunity is a matter of popularity and just timing. 147 is not as deep. I think guys are looking to kind of probably extend the title run of Ryan Garcia. This is a winnable fight for him. You get me? So we're going to see, man. We're going to see just how hungry he is, how motivated he is to win this fight. But I think he do got a shot. Shout out to Irony Boxing. My dog was good. Mule was good, fam. Yeah, Ben is durable. For sure he is. For sure. Shout out to Dre. You feel me, Blunt? Maybe even on the chin, lunging in. Yeah, that I could see that left hook catching him. You know what I mean? But this is talent versus hard work right here. Ben is the hard work. Ryan is the talent. He's fought. He got that more of the pedigree. He's fought. I would say better competition. Not winning all. He fought a Tank. He's been in there with Devin, right? Even a Rolly for what it's worth, right? So he's fought some guys, man. Let's see how this matchup. I think this could be a good matchup though, because if he can't just crack, if Conor Ben ain't reckless and too careless, right? If he could avoid running into something early, and he can push this fight past midway, things could get interesting for both of them because Conor Ben could slow down and so could Ryan. So we're going to see. I like this fight, though. I ain't mad at it, you know? Because, look, the last time we was expecting Ryan to go out there and stop somebody, look what happened. He got outboxed by Rolly. And both Rolly and Conor Ben are guys that picked up boxing late. But even Rolly, despite, you know, the sparring from way back in the day and all that, he was able to have success, neutralize Ryan. You get what I'm saying? And he outboxed him. He didn't stop him how most people thought if he was the win, he would have stopped Ryan. He didn't do it. He outboxed him. So Ryan could be stopped. We seen it with Tank. He could be dropped. We seen it with Tank, the Luke Campbell fight. He could be hurt to the body. We seen that in the Tank fight. Conor Ben could bring pressure. He a two-fisted fighter, right? He's going to be throwing both hands, I would assume. Yeah, this could get interesting, bro, if he don't run into something early. He run into something early, I think his goose is cooked. You get me? Need to see him get back to 47. So this would be the fight, Mule, where he get back to 47. There's a chance Conor ducks the left hook and counters Ryan. Same as Tank. That's what I think will happen. It's possible the marriage, you feel me? It just ain't one-way traffic here. You know what I mean? I get it. The guy that's expected to win, yes, doesn't always win. And Ryan is unpredictable. Did he let the title get to his head, right? Is he too cocky or is he working even harder? Those things are real. Those things are possible. Did he let up a little bit? Did he get comfortable, right? Or is he really going hard? Those are the questions, right? Because he has a detailed past of not being a guy to work the hardest, right? To be inconsistent, you know, there's still a fair question is he going to show up the best version of himself? That's a fair question, right? There is a chance that he could be motivated, take this opportunity real serious. He could, regardless of what he say, he know Ben could crack a bit. He got to take this opportunity serious, right? He could be doing all the right things. That is possible. We could possibly see one of the best versions of Ryan. I thought he was a really good version of himself against Barrios. He can duplicate that same kind of energy and success. He should be fine, you know, because I think he is the more talented guy naturally, but he still got to go out there and execute and be disciplined in the ring. And we know Ryan has lapses in judgment. He makes mistakes. Sometimes he over relies on the power and the speed too much. You know what I'm saying? Trying to throw everything hard. You know what I mean? He can leave opportunities for a guy like Conor Ben. But Conor Ben could be overly aggressive at times, leaning over that front foot. He could be there. He's there to be hit. I haven't seen a fight where Conor Ben didn't get hit. So let's see how sharp he is defensively early, because that's going to set the tone. If he can be smart early and make it hard for Ryan to find shots cleanly, then, you know, he got something. But Ryan is able to land early and often, bro. It's going to be a long or short night for that man, depending on what his chin really like. Lee, what's good, homie? Shout out to Reef. What's good, my guy? You already know, my dog. Let's keep going, though, y'all.
Good fight as far as ultimately the promotion will be fun. I think Ryan is a good trash talker. Conor trash talks well. Dana and Oscar De La Hoya's trash talking will be fun because, you know, the two promoters are involved. The build-up will be fun. It'll sell well, but ultimately on fight night, people will be complaining that they wasted their money.
Another fight that a lot of fight fans are excited about was Errol Spence Jr. coming back after 3 years versus Tim Tszyu in Australia. How do you think that matchup goes?
That's an interesting one, but it's hard to put your finger on it, right? Because you don't know what Errol has left. You know, how do you judge Errol? At least with Tim, you can say, okay, he's come back. He's got 2 comeback wins. He doesn't look great, but at the same time, you can see what he's got and what he doesn't have, right? And we'll see what happens.
Oh, he kind of was done with the I believe with the ZUFFA portion from what it sounded like. But look, man, I got I think that's the interview. I think what was it, a Fight Hype joint with Shakur. I think that was one of the more recent ones he did. But look, as I said before, man, it's just a lot of negative press around him and his moves that he make. You just gotta wait and see, just like any other move. It's like when you first sign the Top Rank, right? Who's to say that you're gonna make it to be a multi-division champ before you leave there, right? Who's to say, right? So it's these opportunities to a degree of what you make them. The people that you sign on to, they got to keep their word. They got to deliver on things that they promised you and told you they was going to be able to do, or at least try to do. And I think that's all that matters to me, trying to make fights for that man that move him further along. Shouldn't be about selling out, making the wrong move. Oh, he's ruining his career. It's like I'm tired of hearing this stupid boxing talk, fam. These guys should be able to sign where they want to sign, and we should be able to see it for what it is. They out to make money. Fighters are going to go where the money is at. Show them the money, and you make the situation make sense, and I ain't surprised. So let's see how they're able to deliver, but we're going to listen to this interview I got coming up from Core, see what he had to say in this particular one. Spence beating Tim. I hope Spence stop I hope Spence stop Tim Tszyu. Really do. Ben could sell a fight. He been selling the hell out of it, him and Ryan. ZUFFA has to deliver the money. Yeah, with the money, you get what I'm saying? What they paying, blunt, and it's just that simple, right? I just don't see how you could stay afloat if you not going, you just gonna give away the money. You get what I'm saying? What kind of business sense would that make, blunt? You just pay somebody a ton of money to not fight nobody. Like, yeah, let me just give you this. We like you so much. You ain't gotta fight nobody. We just gonna pay you whatever, fam. Like, sounds stupid. Sounds silly. Sounds silly. They just gotta deliver, man. I know they did job a certain way. Job Patai looked like he was told some things, and I agree with that. I understand the reservations, right? But everybody's situation is different. I do believe the Core got a well-respected team behind them, and it's not all up to them, but a lot is up to them to make sure that the things in the contract hold up, right? You know what I mean? They're going to fight the battles that they need to fight for that man, is what I'm saying. And he going to worry about what he always had to worry about, the boxing, the fighting, being prepared, getting ready, staying ready, right? Let your team work out the particulars. You just make sure they keep them guys honest. Make sure they trying to deliver on them fights. Remy was good, fam. Was good with it. Spain won. Shout out to Spain.
What's good with you, bro?
Now I'm chilling. I'm just sitting back, in my crib, relaxing. I just got done watching boxing, so I ain't doing that.
That's what's up.
Look, just got done watching boxing.
Let me just say congratulations, obviously, on the big announcement, signing with ZUFFA Boxing.
Probably one of the first interviewers to congratulate him on the deal instead of getting on their platform and talking about how bad of a move it is and how somebody sold out. Shout out to Paulie. I ain't got to attack him. I understood his stance, and I get it to a certain degree, but what you eat don't make the next man. You get me? So you keep your eye on your own paper and you do what makes sense for you and your team, right? And I don't think at one point in his mind is he like, yeah, it's time to sell out. You know what I mean? I think that's foolish to push that, right? But I get it. You get me? People just don't like the move with Dana White, ZUFFA. They don't like it. So everything is going to be negative. But you know what I mean? He says, right, what Core doing, man? His blunt stupid.
I kind of feel like this is a very, very big moment in your career. This is almost kind of like you had one career already, and now this is almost like a brand new career. It's almost like Pretty Boy going to money, right? Right. So let me just start off with that. What exactly went into your decision to sign with ZUFFA? I mean, I know you've done a couple interviews about this already. I think you mentioned that there was a DAZN offer. There might have been some other offers out there, but what was it about ZUFFA? Go ahead.
I try not to diss DAZN because I appreciate them. So they came after I already had signed with ZUFFA. So
oh wow.
I'm like, shit, damn, like, I could have, but it is what it is, I think everything happened the way it's supposed to happen. I appreciate.
That's why I hate any Floyd references with Shakur, because they always take it out of context. Let me put it in context for you, Mule. He wasn't saying he's Floyd. He wasn't even talking X's and O's. He was talking like how Floyd had a Pretty Boy Floyd stage, right? And then he had an era where it was a Money May stage. He not saying X's and O's. He's just talking about business wise. It seemed like you had a career within a career, right? Like you've done so much already, and he did 25 fights in, fastest 4-division champion. Now you got this deal that everybody talking about, which is supposed to be one of the most lucrative deals in boxing. So that's what he's saying. Like you elevated from, you know what I mean? Not he wasn't so much comparing the X's and O's, if that makes sense to you.
ZUFFA for the opportunity, and for me, like what really went into the decision was mainly like shit. Life-changing money. Not only life-changing money, just life-changing opportunities.
See what he's saying?
And Nick, they kept saying like, shit, we want to get you in with the best fighters. We want you to fight the best. The guys that they mentioned was
that's what he keeps saying. He's saying not just the money. Of course, that's one thing. Yes, that's the big thing. That's one of the probably the most important factor, and there's no doubt. But yo, they told me about these opportunities with making the fights with all these guys. That's what I'm pretty sure after the money. That conversation is the one that helped them seal the deal. Like, okay, so not only do y'all want to pay me, y'all want to pay me to fight these guys that everybody say they want to see me fight, and they just have to make it a reality. They have to deliver, but it's not 100% still on them. Guys got to want to come to the table. Guys got to want to fight him too. Nothing changes. It don't matter who he signed with. Do you want to fight him? That's always been my question. Don't get on the internet and let your fans do all the fighting for you. Do you want to fight him? You see how going right now with people talking about they want to fight him. All right, well, you know what you got to do to fight him. Get what I'm saying? That's all.
Devin and Tank. And when I heard that, I'm like, shit, why would I go away from what I've been wanting to do my whole career? I think my whole career I've been saying, like, the titles and all that, I done it. Like, with all due respect to, like, the titles, I appreciate y'all. Like, and I'm still, like, willing to do it besides the WBC, but for me, it's like, shit, I want to fight the best. I want to get in there and prove myself and get under them bright lights and see who's the best. I'm not scared of taking no risks. And I think that's what really kind of kicked it off with me and ZUFFA. It's like, shit, y'all visions is as big as mine. I ain't never really hear promoters with, like, big visions like me. So it's an amazing thing, and I'm happy to be the person to lead the new school and new generation.
You see what I'm saying? And that's a part of it that people are leaving out. Like, I get how people feel like it's going to end up, and some people could be right. And maybe they could sit back and be like, see, with the hand on the chin, like, I told you so. Told you so, Shakur. But people are just totally disregarding the information that he's put out so far in terms of, like, what the conversation and the energy was like, right? What they was talking about. Like, okay, y'all really talking like y'all want to make the fights for me, as well as, all right, y'all got this bag, but y'all like, yo, we want to make these fights for you too. And that shit is so key. That matters a lot, bro. And again, let's see if they able to deliver, because all I'm saying is, if not, it's no different than any of these other promoters that been out here, and a couple that other ones that he worked with, right? They haven't secured these quote unquote biggest fights. He had to chase guys around and stuff like that. Force people hand down there to get fights. Y'all seen it. Y'all seen it with some of his most quality wins, right? You see the stuff he had to go through. So it's very simple, man. Do y'all want to do business and make fights, fam?
Yeah, I know that there's, been some people in the media. There's been some factions who have been a little bit critical of ZUFFA. They don't like the changes that they want to make to the Ali Act. You know, they kind of compare them to what's going on with the UFC. They're critical about, you know, UFC fighter pay and things like that, or even like talking about the custom outfits. You know, like they only want their fighters to wear certain outfits. When you made your decision, like were you thinking about any of that stuff, or was that just not even just not a concern?
I mean, the outfit, I went in the meeting, I said that off the rip. I said, shit. I told them, like, I make my own uniforms, and like the people I've been working with, I'm going to like continue to work with. That's who I want to do my uniforms in. They understood me, like they had respect amongst me as I had amongst them, and it wasn't really no problem. And also, when it comes to like the belts, far as I know, you can still fight for the belts. You can still fight for the WB. Like I got the WBO right now. I'm not gonna give it up. Only way that I would have gave it up if they would have stripped me. But Gustavo and all of them guys at the WBO, they've been great people, and I don't mind paying a little the fee for them, because it's going whatever they do with it, I'm pretty sure they're gonna do something great with it. So
and real quick, shout out to the WBO. That scene what the WBC did to him when they stripped him of the title when he fought Tio, and because of that, they lowered whatever they was going to charge him. They lowered the sanctioning fees on the strength of how he's been treated by the WBC. So shout out to them. And Gustavo came out and made a statement that, you know, Shakur is their champion. They look forward to him continuing to, you know, have their belt and defend it. So he got a good relationship with them. That's solid as hell. But for me, these fights that he want to make, whether they got a belt or not, I think people gonna want to see him, and that's where he at with it, right? They got an issue with the WBC. Maybe he worked that out down the line, you know, sometime in his career. But right now, the biggest thing is securing. He secured the bag. Now you got to secure these fights. You know what I'm saying? And make sure that they stand on business for you. You know what I'm saying? Right, you already know, radio. That's the real though, man. Because the haters want them to get those fights. Something to talk. Yeah, they don't want them to get them, right. They don't. What time is having deadline? I think he on 2 days. I think we're on 2 days with them. Yep, they playing ball. They ain't even trying to be funny. Turkey has a piece of the zone and ZUFFA. Telling you, man, shit gonna get different. Mind yours.
I'm all good. There's nothing really holding me back right now. Everything is like in play and in motion.
Yeah. So when you said, obviously they mentioned names like Devin and Tank and stuff like that, was there anything that just kind of made you confident that they were going to be able to get you those fights, as opposed to, you know, someone like Eddie Hearn or any of these other promoters who may have promised some things in the past too, but just can't deliver because those guys aren't necessarily with ZUFFA yet?
The confidence come with like the money. At the end of the day, like we all fighters, we all want to make money, and when guys can offer more money than other guys, with all due respect to the other guys, it's like, shit, that's easy. Like, shit, you gonna offer that to that person that offered me this, and nigga, we all fighters at the end of the day. We all get in the ring at any time, but if it's gonna be worth a while and everybody get paid, I feel like with them having the money in the back end like that, it's like, shit, simple. It ain't even nothing to think about. Like, it's like instincts. Like, if you want to be the best, go take this opportunity. And the main thing is just staying focused and staying in the gym and not just chasing the money and thinking like, shit, oh shit, I'm gonna make this much money, but I don't care. I'm gonna go to the club. I'm gonna go. My main thing is, shit, stay locked in. Like, stay who you is. I've been getting money for my entire career, to be honest with you. Like, people don't really understand. Like, they think.
Talk that talk, Core. And if you know, you come in with a medal out the Olympics, you come in making a certain amount of money from bronze to silver to gold. You get what I'm saying? So he's been on the better side of that. He's always had a really strong team supporting him behind the scenes and making sure he get treated accordingly and get treated fairly. I don't watch nobody pockets, but that's just something that I know for sure. So they business usually be in order, and that's why I feel like the deal that they got for ZUFFA, not only was it lucrative, I feel like not only him, but his team were being told the right things that led him there. So far, he's bet on himself, in my opinion, from what I watched with his career, and it's worked out for him. You know what I mean? He's in recent memory, he's gotten 2 of the fights that he wanted. You know what I'm saying? He wanted the Zepeda fight. He wanted to fight Tio. Knocked them 2 off. Now it's on to the Devins, the Tanks, and so on and so forth, the Gary Antoine Russell. So let's just see where this heads, man. I just hope that this leads to great fights, because if it don't, then we got to cook ZUFFA for not standing on business, and we got to revisit this whole, you know what I mean, conversation. But we gonna wait and see, man. You know what I mean? I'm optimistic. Liquid, man. I'm telling you, Blunt. They don't be knowing, fan. I swear they don't. Taking a month to get to 160 is sick, man. I'm telling you it is. We're gonna get to that too, Jordan. Trust me. You gotta hear what they saying out there in Haney,
I'm not
man.
making that. I didn't make as much as I made, but shit, I done made a shit ton of money in boxing already. So it's like shit. I'm good. Like, I know how to handle it. Like, it ain't nothing that I'm not able to handle. I'm able to handle it. Like, I know the main thing is always the main thing, and that's comes first. So yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned
they made a little promo video and
obviously
everything.
There's things that some people, fans, you know, we're not privy to and things like that. But when you mention the backing, I mean, obviously ZUFFA there with Paramount, but obviously the big name that everybody knows is Turkey, right?
Yep.
Like Turkey is backing them, and
Yep.
that's kind of where the confidence comes from as far as the money's concerned, right?
Yes, for sure. That's another thing. It's like, I think boxing is different now. I feel like people try to hate on Turkey, and at first I'm like, okay, I see why they doing it, and then like now it's like, shit, you can't hate on the man that just made boxing great. Like he made boxing great. Like, as I continue to like watch the scenery and how he like did what he did, it's like, damn, like everything makes sense. Like, even when I first talked to him back in the day, it's like he told me, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and like he held his end of the word, and I respect him. Like, I don't got nothing. We kind of had our little moments back and forth, but it wasn't nothing too crazy. So now I'm at a point where it's like, I respect him. Like, I don't watch him be a man of his word, and now I just got to keep being a man of my word. One thing he said to me after my last fight, he said, damn, I'm gonna pull it up directly, so I'll make sure I don't even mix it up. Like,
bet.
I don't even want to.
Yeah, that's dope. That you got a good. That's what it's all about: having the right relationship with the people, and having your situation, your deal in place, right? Making sure they can deliver, and they're in a position to be able to deliver. But like I said, there's so many moving parts in boxing. It's only so much anybody could do. Guys have to want to fight. Guys got to want to do business. Guys got to want to sit down, come to that table. All those things is real. Nobody should be on no high horse, man. If you want to make fights, make fights. And it's still to this day, I always appreciate Tio for not only making that fight, taking the fight, but making it that simple. And it wasn't some long drawn out situation where we had to keep guessing if it was happening or not. They put that fight together like 1, 2, 3. People could try to dismiss it, because Tio was easy. He knew he was going to beat him. Everybody take fights thinking they're going to beat somebody, and it don't always work out. Bottom line is that they both wanted to fight each other, and it was a very, very smooth and simple process, and they fought. And I think that's a very teachable moment, is when you want to fight this guy, it could be very easy. It don't got to be on social media dragged out for months. People ain't got to wait for 28 days to do the weight challenge and stuff like that. Like, you don't got to do none of that. People ain't got to cry about weight classes and catch weights. Nah, just focus on your weight class. Where you want to fight that guy, you know what the stipulations is. You want to be a big ass 170, 180 pounder, then you're going to have to meet some stipulations at the end of the day. If you ain't cool with that, stay your ass in your weight class and focus on people your size. It's very simple. You get me? You can capture your weight to just hold still at that number. Yeah, man. Some people feel like that joint was a little sus, Pooh. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, absolutely, radio. Absolutely. Much better than what people give him credit for. Much better. They're gonna see as they learn in the hard way. And he more watched than
we
people give
don't
him
want to mess
credit
up
for.
no quotes from Turkey.
Turkey a cool dude though.
Yeah, no, he seemed like look, he's essentially changed the landscape of boxing.
Yeah, you know what he said? He said, and this was stuck with me. I remember. He said, "Work harder for your future," and like that stuck with me. Like, okay, so keep my ass in that gym and do everything I got to do to make sure that I come out on top against all of these fighters. But like I said, I'm just happy to be in this situation. I appreciate Turkey. I'm glad he changed the sport of boxing and with his love and his passion for the sport of boxing. I'm gonna keep doing what I do with my love and my passion for the sport of boxing. So,
yeah, that's a good quote. I'm gonna stick that in my back pocket. Work harder for your future. I like that.
Thanks.
I like that. Especially now, like we said, he's kind of changed the landscape of boxing during a time when there's a lot of uncertainty in boxing, right? I mean, HBO left, Showtime left. You know, ESPN basically got out of it. I mean, imagine if Turkey didn't come and you were still with Top Rank, and you know, like who knows where your career would be right now.
That's where Top Rank kind of like, with all due respect, like that's what they did with me. Like it was like when I went in that meeting and they offered me a solid deal at the time. Like it was a solid for the time that it was. But when I went in that meeting, they kind of did that. It kind of was like, okay, go shop around and see what else you could do. Like we don't, you feel me? Like this is what we could do. Go shop and see what else. Like you're gonna see that there's nothing else better than what we're offering you. And I'm just glad to be here today to say like I proved all of them wrong. Like when I went.
And again, that's betting on yourself. You got to deal with millions on the table, secure for fights to come for years. And they telling you, look, you could go shop around and see this the best deal you gonna get. You know what I mean? And then it turns out that that's not true. And even to this day, Bob Arum say he'd still be willing to work with Core. Same thing with Eddie Hearn. You could say what you want about the move that he made, but obviously if he did bad business or if it was bad business to deal with him, then y'all would say that. Y'all wouldn't be criticizing the ZUFFA move. You would be criticizing losing money on his fights or him doing bad business, and that's not the case. So nobody cares about how everybody individually feels about him being on ZUFFA. It's for him to make peace with, right? Y'all ain't all got to accept it, but that's where he at, and that's what he on. If y'all would have came to the plate sooner, or you know what I'm saying, came to the table sooner, then he probably would be with y'all. But as a result, he not. You get what I'm saying? Childish Steven, what's good with it, fam? Let's keep going.
That office, I was mad leaving that office. I remember leaving mad, like, man, these dudes don't even really believe in who I am. Like, they don't believe in me, and that's how I felt. So it's like, shit, for me to go and get in front of Turkey and have these conversations, and because that's what they also told me at that time. People don't remember, they were saying Turkey only mess with the heavier weight classes. He don't mess with the lower weight classes. I'm like, okay, so he don't really rock with me, all right, whatever. But when I got in front of him, he was always like a solid dude. So for me personally, it's like, shit, I done defied the odds. Like I done seen companies I felt like really went against me. And like for me to be here today is like, shit, it's a blessing.
Yo, that's crazy that you said that they believed in you. I did an interview with Richardson Hitchens. I've talked to some other ZUFFA fighters, and they kind of say the exact same thing. Like Dana White, Nick Khan, like they believe in me and they have a vision for me. I think that's important anytime you're working with the company, right?
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
Yeah. Well, I got to ask, I mean, obviously, you're with ZUFFA now. They don't have a lot of other big names like Shakur Stevenson. They have other names, Rayo Valenzuela, some other names around your division. I know you've done interviews. You said, I'm not interested in doing a fight with this guy or that guy. Obviously, you want the big fights. You've put out who you want, Devin Haney, Gervonta Davis, names like that. Obviously, there's been some talk, some back and forth. We see the stuff going on Twitter between you and Devin, 144, drop the belt, this, that, or the other. I want to get to the bottom of this, but I'm not like Unc, right? I'm not afraid to say that I'm a little bit ignorant when it comes to how these negotiations go down in this current state of boxing, with ZUFFA boxing, with Turkey, with all of these promoters. I kind of understood how it worked back in the day with Top Rank and networks, right? A network, they'd want to fight, they'd go to the promoter would go to another promoter, there'd be negotiations back and forth, they'd come to a deal, boom, we have a fight. How does this even work with you and Devin? And, you know, I know Bill said he's been talking to people. I know you said, well, you talk to the people, you've talked to the same people that I just signed to, this, that, and the other. We know Turkey kind of funds all this stuff.
Who was the people Bill said that he was talking to?
Well, that's the thing. He's never officially said, like,
nah, he said it was some people that he was talking to.
Well,
fight. He said it was ZUFFA.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, he said he's had talks with ZUFFA. Now, again, when you say ZUFFA, I don't know what that means. Does that mean he's talked to Turkey? Does it mean he's talked to Dana? Does it mean he's talked to Ish? I don't even know if I can say Ish. I feel like he's like ZUFFA's Al Heyman. I don't even know if I can say his name, but I know Ish is involved with certain things. Like, who's talking to who? And how does this, like, how do we even get to the point where Shakur Stevenson verbally agrees to 144 and Devin's like, I'm stepping on a scale, I weigh 150. Like I don't know who's talking to who and how this fight is even being negotiated.
Rolling was good, Steven. Yeah, man, Antoine's a dog, man. I hope he get I hope we can see him in Shakur real sooner than later. You know what I'm saying? That's a great fight for him. But let's keep rolling. Everybody at that like button. We're gonna keep building.
I think it's just a lot of like shit that be happening like in the sport of boxing, but who are they? I mean, I know for a fact Bill went on an interview and he said that he was talking to ZUFFA about a fight with me, and I thought that was cool. I don't think there was nothing wrong with that. So, but that was when he did that though. That was before you were officially signed with ZUFFA, right? You didn't make the announcement. So basically, he said he's talking with them, and then 2 seconds later, I signed with them.
Right.
So it should be simple. It shouldn't be like hard. I agree. Let's fight. But now it's on them. Like, they got to go make a decision. They got to go say, do we want to fight Keyshawn first, or do we want to fight Shakur first? And it's a simple thing to go do. I feel like it shouldn't even have took this long. I feel like they businessmen. So at the end of the day, they doing businessman things, and I respect their business mind, but I just don't like when they kind of like try to play with the narratives. Like, that's what they try to do. They try to like play with the narratives and control the narratives, and fans kind of eat it up, and they be like, "Oh, Shakur," they always so ready to like blame me for anything because they don't like me. So, for me, it's like whatever. But I think that the fight should get made. If it don't get made, he fight Keyshawn, that's so be it. That's fine with me too, because that's always been like the play. Like, if we being realistic, like how it actually went was for Keyshawn part, it was Devin. Like, Keyshawn been saying Devin. You go pull up videos a minute ago. Keyshawn like Devin. So
him and Bill even spoke about the fight, right?
Yeah, they spoke at my last fight at the weigh-ins. At the weigh-ins, like, oh, we're gonna make the fight happen and such and such. So that's always been a play to me. So I was cool with that, and I'm always cool with that. But once I feel like Keyshawn became the mandatory for the fight, and the fight was actually getting closer, they start saying, "Oh, Shakur." But I'm a guy, I don't care. Like, I don't care. Like, it's whatever. Like, once you say Shakur, now it's like, what up? Like, I'm with that too, because I know, like, I believe in myself 100%. So that's just how I looked at it. It's like, shit, whatever. But
I mean, it's simple, bro. That's what he said. All this back and forth. It was a much simpler way that we could have got to whatever point we at now without the BS, without the trying to drag him. Oh, he's scared. He too small. He need more time. This is like, but then at the same token, you keep saying you negotiating with him. That's why I was making everything look crazy, because I've never seen nobody behind the scenes negotiating in good faith, but then publicly constantly dragging the guy every step of the way, making it seem like he won't sign a fight. Yeah, he signed it, but he won't sign a battle agreement. Yeah, but we fighting Keyshawn next, but you negotiating with Shakur. It was too much. And I keep bringing up the T.O. situation because it was a teachable moment. Did y'all see that spill out into the media? Did y'all see them have to argue back and forth over and over and over about nothing? just for no fight not to happen? No, because when you want to fight that man, look, and they got on the phone. So don't tell me that people can't get on the phone, teams talking to each other because guys wanted to fight. All that back and forth, that shit is for the media. That's controlling the narrative, shit like that. And yo, I'm telling you, man, you might be right. Hey, radio, I almost screenshotted it today, but I just left it. Somebody said Devin Haney gonna make $500 million with ZUFFA. They could get $500 million out of ZUFFA. You cannot make this up. They said $500 million, fam. 500 million, fam. That's what they saying. They really believe that. They believe Devin Haney is worth $500 million from ZUFFA. I promise you, I just seen somebody say Bill and Dev could get there. They said Eddie Hearn got the zone for what, $1 billion? They said, yo, Bill and Dev could get ZUFFA for $500 million. I promise you, I'm not lying. I almost screenshotted it, but I just wanted to let them make it. I was like, wow, fam. I'm dead serious. $500 million. I'm not lying. I'm dead serious. It was no joke. It was no LOL. It was dead serious, fam. They because of Eddie Hearn saying he wish he could manage Devin Still or something like that. Yeah, fam. $500 million. That was somebody in Artman chat. Shout out to Artman, but somebody's in that chat being goofy. Yes, the Mary. I'm not joking. I'm not exaggerating or none of that. $500 million. Yes. Said they could get $500 million up out of them. I'm like, what? Was either ZUFFA or the zone, either or. They $500 million is what they said. I'm like, bro, what in the hell? Going Friday thing with Shakur, he been standing and bang as a paid in Tia. Yeah, Steven, man, they just don't really watch boxing, bro. Most people that really watch Shakur, they know that he fight more in the pocket than he move, especially in the more recent fights. But he's always fought his fights more so in the pocket. People just choose not to give him credit for it because they weird. It's better to push BS narratives than to give him credit for what he really is. You know what I mean? Converted southpaws, or you know a little something, Steven. Yes, sir. Guys like that is fine. I'm telling you, bro. So let's keep building, man. Like I said, you want to make fights, and this is just not him. But I'm just in this particular situation. You want to fight him. It's not hard to fight him. You don't got to fight him on Twitter. When you do all that fighting on Twitter, y'all, I keep saying it more times than not, no fight is coming. When you see them shut up and start get silent and start ironing out the real stuff, that's when you got to fight possibly brewing. All that on the online stuff is just for clicks and views to keep stuff spinning, bro. But at the end of the day, when it's time to sign your name on a contract to fight somebody, you're going to see what's going on. These dudes got 2 days left. Now they still talking about Shakur. Shakur this, Shakur that. Stipulations this, stipulations that. Shut up. Do you want to fight or not? If not, just shut the hell up. You want to fight? Take your ass to 44. We don't care that you was 159 pounds. We don't care that you was 160, fam. We don't give a damn. After a month, you definitely blew that weight. You lost about at least 10 or more pounds. I'm willing to bet money you lost more than 10 pounds in that last month. Guarantee you.
I always ain't want to just like step on Keyshawn's toes at the end of the day. So I never just like when they say, oh, 144 right now, go do this right now at this time. But I think they were social media playing. Like they play like social media games. But I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Now that Keyshawn is mandatory and they have no choice but to either fight him or drop the belt and come and fight me, I'm fine with however it goes. So however it goes, if Key get the fight, I'm good with it, and I'm happy for my bro, and I'm gonna be right there alongside of him and pushing him to get to the next level, same as he did for me my last fight. And if I get the fight, I know he's gonna be right there alongside of me. And that's another thing, like he sure really my cheat code. Like, he's my cheat code. Like I be sparring with him where it's like it's high level. Like I feel like me and him to me is like the best fighters in the sport of boxing. I don't really believe there's any better fighters in the sport right now than like me and Keyshawn. And I was just watching like me and Keyshawn fights from January 31st, and both of us, like I see like the level. So he's like a cheat code. Like if I'm getting in the ring and working with that nigga, and I go in the ring with these dudes that's not as good as him, because I don't believe Devin is as good as him. So like I said,
I mean, no, I get it. He's able to work with this guy on a regular basis. I've heard nothing but positive things about Keyshawn throughout this boxing space. The only people that doubt him is people that don't like him for whatever weird reason they came up with, or if they got a fighter that he could potentially be a threat to, then they talk crazy about him. But all the coaches, the trainers, the managers, the promoters, they talk totally different. They know he the goods. You get what I'm saying? They know he the goods. Bob Arum been around all this different talent. He knows he's the goods, right? The Andre Wards of the world, the Tim Bradleys of the world, right? The Roy Joneses of the world. The list goes on and on. The Mayweathers. All these dudes know that Keyshawn is it. He one of them guys, man. All you got to do is stay locked in and keep building, keep growing. His name is going to be in the mix to these big fights, right? He already with 15 fights in, he in a position where he could fight a Devin Haney if they played ball and actually wanted to fight him instead of pushing narratives. Key asking for more than 25%. How are y'all saying that when they team is saying that they not even trying to negotiate with them? They haven't reached out to try to negotiate a fight. Now you want me to believe that it's Keyshawn Davis asking for more than 25? Like, and he got every right to try to negotiate more money or negotiate whatever kind of split as long as they got those 20 days. When that's expired, then it's going to be what it's going to be. So there's just too many narratives to try to save face. Fight who you want to fight. I think Devin is a hell of a boxer. He's one of the top tier guys. There's no doubt one of the most accomplished. Just make the fight that you want the most. We know you want the Shakur fight the most, but if you're going to keep saying that he's scared of you and too small, he don't want to fight and sign the bout agreement, at what point do you move on and say, you know what, we got to just fight Keyshawn? Because you can't ride this train. You can only ride this train for so long about he's scared and don't want to fight you, fam. You get what I'm saying? So just make the fights. I think all these dudes will fight for the right money. I think Devin and Bill is just being strategic. I don't know what the holdup to their ZUFFA deal is or their signing. It just seems strange. I don't know what's going on with it, but I would expect it to come at some point soon. But I've said this before. It's going to be really strange to see them announce a fight before their deal. And if they do, that's not going to benefit them. That's not going to work in their favor if they got to just accept, say Top Rank bid on the fight and Top Rank get the fight. You get what I'm trying to say? It's going to be a really interesting situation that they find themselves in. So they got to just make a choice. And at the end of the day, dragging the fighters just to not make a fight could only work so many times. People are tired of this stuff. The only people that's not are people that's super fans of you. The ones that's really paying attention, like, right, the Radio Raheems and the Sean Zeitels, they like, bro, we hear all these announcements and nothing being confirmed, no deal, who you really fighting without that? Like, it's a lot of holes in things that they put out. So they got to make it make sense to the people, because as of right now, what could you really say? Who could you say is their next fight? I've been told Keyshawn, but they currently still talking about Shakur. And I'm not exaggerating this. You can't make this up. So at what point do you just say, yo, we vacating this belt? Because you're going to have to if you're fighting Shakur. Like, it's pump faking all the way around. If you're 100% sold and you sure that this fight is going to be made because that's the one ZUFFA want, then why don't you relinquish the title? Because it's either that or they're going to strip you the minute you step in the ring. However it's going to go, you will not still have the title, win, lose, or draw if you fight in Shakur next. And if that's not what you're doing, it's because you're not dropping the title, then just tell the fans that you're fighting Keyshawn. If that's the next fight for you, then people are going to support it. Either way you go, people are going to support the fight. They just want to see it. And you take your pick. I don't care which fighter you fight first. Fight one of them. It don't matter. But the fact that y'all promoted this for as long as y'all did, I just want to see one of the fights. May the best man win. Let's support boxing. Let's support them on both sides. But we ain't going to support the BS narratives that keep going out there. Like, you literally down to what, 1 or 2 days left? You get me? So it's only so long you could do this, man. It's only so much. It's only so much you could do this. It's only so much you could do this. And that's what I'm going to do. Next disrespect, I'm calling you an Uber. We don't play them weird ass games. You don't like what I say, just go listen to somebody else. That's all I could tell you, man. You know what I'm saying? It would be good for any fighter if it goes to purse bid. The less of the money, the less the Key will get, as well as Dev. Nah, it ain't gonna be good for Dev. It ain't gonna really matter for Key because he gotta accept whatever anyway. But at the end of the day, we're gonna see. If without that backing, you're not making that money you looking for. And I think when it goes to purse bid, without the backing, you're not gonna get the money you're looking for. Val, what's good with it, fam? You're late for anybody now. The best talent currently available. And it's crazy, yo. Like, I'm so tired of y'all being weird, yo. Y'all weirdos. Y'all weird, bro. Everybody get their credit. But if I think Shakur gonna beat somebody, I'm not about to straddle no fence so y'all could feel good. Get what I'm saying? Get that weird energy out of it. Talk some real boxing, fam. Click the link. My link is in the community section, weirdo.
Yeah, it's all, you know, however it go. If me or Key get the fight, I'm cool with it either way.
Man, Shakur just teasing the fans, letting us know you got video of you and Keyshawn fighting. I was just watching it, like checking it out. Fans are like, but that's a whole other story. So, but let me get the timeline right? So I know at one point Devin was talking.
They so down bad that these dudes are reposting old sparring and trying to get views off it with him and Emiliano Vargas. You cannot make this up. This go for everybody. Before you come in here criticizing my support of a fighter, I want to see you criticize these people for tearing them down. If you can't do that, I'm automatically blocking people from here on out. I just don't care. You know what I'm saying? I just don't care. I can't really say that, Boxing Edge. I can't say that. I can't speak for that. I'll say this. Speaking straight, I only want to speak. I don't know what he will or won't take. I just know he's fought for less than that before. And there's no, for sure, I don't know what they split and how much money they get. So I don't know what he'll fight for. I'll just say that. I feel you saying you don't think so. I get it. For me, I look at it like this. I ain't even going to go that far because if by his own coach's admission that they haven't even reached out to try to negotiate or make a fight, we ain't even gonna have to worry about no splits. You know what I'm saying? This might not be a fight that's coming, but we're gonna see. Let's keep rolling though, man. We got a bit more to cover in this.
Talking about fighting Rolly, right?
Yes.
There was an offer for Rolly, and
yes.
then he got rid of that. Then there was some talk about Keyshawn, right? Just like you said, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, your name is brought up. Now, prior to that, you were already probably thinking about a different plan, right? Like I don't think you were thinking I'm gonna fight Devin Haney. You already had some other plan like in your head, and
in my head, yeah.
I still what up with it. The thing is, you know, I've said that focus on your weight class, but if you can negotiate a fight with somebody in between your weight class, then go do it, right? I understand his willingness to want to try to make a Shakur Stevenson fight, but the longer this goes on like this, the less likely I believe them because it's the same old song and dance. Oh, it's all his fault as to why the fight ain't happened. We say yes to everything, but in reality, you can't say yes to much of anything without no deal. And they've been bamboozling the fans. Unless I'm wrong, I'm gonna pay clear attention to this. If they announce a fight before they deal, we're gonna see how this go. But I don't see that working in their favor. And the only fight that I could see is if, you know, him and Keyshawn thing went to a purse bid, they fight went to a purse bid, and that fight happened, right? But a fight with Shakur Stevenson is not going to happen without him announcing a deal or having some type of financial backing. It just don't make a lot of sense. You get what I'm saying? They don't want to negotiate with Keyshawn just so they could push the narrative. I think so too, Vision Beyond Sight. It's getting obvious, fam. Everybody hit the like button. Let's keep rolling.
I did, but at the end of the day, it's like, when you hear them say it, it's like shit. Number one pound for pound?
Yeah.
Fuck it. Let's go. Like that's how I look at it. Like it was like shit. If y'all say let's do it at this, and now it's fair to where like you cut the weight and not put on the weight. I mean shit. Let's do it. I'm all for it. I done been in the ring with Devin since fucking Jits. Like it ain't none to go out there and fight Devin in front of the bright lights for a lot of money. And truthfully, every time I've been in the ring with Devin, he always been bigger than me. It never been a time where we was really the same size as I was always older than him. Like it's always was like a, you feel me? So truthfully, even how you just say like everything, I got to give credit to Bill because Bill, he plays with the media and like play his games and he keep the media talking about his son. So from like a marketing standpoint, that's why it's like, oh, he's about to fight Rolly, he's about to fight Keyshawn, he's about to fight Shakur, he's about to fight Ryan. he about to fight everybody, but at the end of the day, Bill know what he's doing, so I commend them guys. And if we make the fight happen,
I'll say this: I think you got a better chance of Devin walking away because the numbers offered in the purse bid than Keyshawn. I think what he asking for is going to be a lot larger than what Keyshawn will want. I think Keyshawn, if we just going off of what he said, the opportunity is what's important. We could speculate if we think he'll take this or that, but we don't have no evidence to support what he would or wouldn't take because we ain't never heard this before. So it's like you just got to kind of wait and see. But I think he wants the opportunity more than anything. Do he want money? Yeah, but I think he understands he's not in a necessary position where he can try to ask for but so much. So he's just like, I want this opportunity because I prove it. It's up from there. So Devin Haney is, I'll say this. I think if whatever they get paid, the number will be further away from what Devin Haney want than from what Keyshawn want because of what points they at in their career. You get what I'm saying? Think about it. De Los Santos was the fight that was supposed to be like the $1 million payday for Keyshawn, right? I ain't keep up with none of that since that point, but remember, so it ain't like it's been a situation where he getting millions and millions where he gonna go be super picky. Devin is in a totally different situation where he command a certain amount of money, right? And I think he'll be farther away from that number with it going to purse bid than what a number would be for Keyshawn. That's just me. I could be wrong, but I just can't wait to see this stuff play out. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I just want to see a fight without so many BS narratives attacking either of the fighters. You just want to see these dudes get their just due, make the fights, see who the better man, and move on.
I would love to get in there and show that I'm one of the greatest fighters in the sport of boxing.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming during that time frame, like that's probably when you were hammering out, because I know, there were rumors that you might be signing with ZUFFA, and you kind of shot those down very, very early on. Like, you guys
can't, like, people don't understand. Like, people gotta be like real logical, right? If they put the news out there and like, what I'm gonna do? I'm supposed to say, oh yes, we're not supposed to announce it until it's announced. It ain't.
Didn't I tell y'all that's what it was? Oh no, he lied. He said he wasn't going. He lied. Sound like little high school kids. Told y'all he wasn't going to announce it till it was done. I said this. I've been right about everything I've been saying. Y'all talk about glazing. Get that little kid shit up out of here. I don't do no glazing. I speak facts. And the people that listen to me on the daily, they know we've been right about all this. I said it. Keeping it close to the vest. Fighters don't like you announcing their business before they do or before it's done. And that's what the whole problem was. It wasn't done. So y'all like, nah, I told you. You ain't tell nobody nothing. How you going to tell him about his business? People are just idiots. And I told you it wasn't done yet, but I wanted to force it.
Whoever leaked it really was wrong, like how I felt about it. I felt like Eddie really was playing some type of like his games that he played when he kind of leaked it. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. That's his war. I try not to get into his war. I see he's still like picking and trying to bait me into like his war, but I'm A-okay.
Yeah. Well, when all that happened, I'm guessing that's probably around the time when Bill first brought your name up. So I don't know if Bill was in discussions with ZUFFA during that time to possibly get a Devin Haney deal, and that's when they started talking about, well, what about a Shakur fight? Like who first kind of? I mean, I know Bill and Devin said Shakur, but when did it actually become a possibility? Like, did ZUFFA come back to you and say, hey, what do you think about doing this fight? And is that when you kind of verbally agreed and said, you know what? Yeah, I'm down.
Good, homie.
I've been saying I'm down with the fight.
I know you fight anybody. It don't even matter. It could be Usyk. You'll fight Usyk. I already know.
But the business is the business. I'll try to keep the business where it's at. I'll try to let the businessmen kind of take over and do the business job of it. But I'm a businessman too, but I don't want to like put it on the surface. But
I got you.
Like I said, I'm ready to fight. It ain't really even like too much to even think about anymore. It's all in like the ball's in his court. Like that's like what it come down to. He gotta make a decision and do what he do. But me, right now, I'm ready to fight. Like I stay in the gym. I stay getting ready. I stayed preparing myself for everybody. So I'm ready.
Do you think there's any? I mean, I you know, obviously he posted that video.
Shout out to Big Dog Willie, my dog. Said my ninja just doing in chat. Shout out to Big Dog Willie. Appreciate the love as always, man. Hit that like.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
right.
well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to Big Dog Willie, man. So yeah, man, that's just what it is, bro. People be trying to put the cart before the horse. They be trying to be first. Everybody think they got all these sources when in reality, everybody was saying the same thing. It just so happened he secured the deal, but it could have been his own too if it came sooner. Then what people would have said, oh, I thought he was going to ZUFFA. Nobody would have said how they was wrong. They only want to talk about when they feel like they've been right. The thing is, like I said, when the announcement was made, he was going to be part of it. It wasn't going to come from none of those other sources, bro. It was going to come right from him and the people. And then you seen how it's been ever since then. It's not going to be no different, bro. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's keep building, man. All good, radio.
Stepping on the scale, showing his
Man,
weight.
Bullshit. I call bullshit.
You don't believe that? You don't believe
Nah. I believe that the weight was what it was. But like he got to be real. Like they play like media games. Like good job. Like clap it up for you, bro. Like you could trick like the casuals and people like that don't know. But like the weight challenge was a month ago. Me and Tank got into it on the Twitter. Tank didn't believe that I weighed as much as I weighed. He thought that I'm some big ass dude, and I'm really not. But he did the weight challenge. I did it right back.
Right.
Keyshawn went and did it. I want to say some other fighters went and did it, and it's like it became a challenge. But that was in June.
I ain't gonna lie. People did it in June. You doing it in July. Damn near a complete month later, bro. And you've been working out the whole time, as you should. But that's like smoke and mirrors. That's them games. Like you talking about the weight police. No. Stepping on the scale right then and there would have been saying something. If you would have been 159 when people was doing all that shit, talking all that shit a month ago, you would have stepped on the scale and that's what you would have been. Even 160, right? Then it would have looked different, right? But nah, for you to do it a whole month later, it don't really say nothing. You ain't tricked nobody but people that want to say I told you so. That's like, and it's crazy how easily manipulated people are. Like that's a month ago. You really think that man ain't lose no weight? You think a guy that could put 20 to 25 pounds on from the time they weigh in to the next day can't lose 10 to 15 or more pounds in a damn month, right? Think about that. A month. Like think about it what he was weighing if he would have stepped on that scale right then and there. Guarantee you he'd have probably been in the 170s. I'm willing to bet you he'd have been in the 170s. You're not tricking nobody, bro. People know how big you get. They know how big you get. They know how big you get, yo. Nah, man, I'm going to say this one time, and I'm saying this one time only. No, what you talking about, Mag, is cat. Shakur Stevenson ain't never weighed 170 pounds. And the fact that you think a dude that's listed at 5'8", on a good day, 5'7", is 170 pounds is ridiculous, fam. Just think about what you're saying. He would be out of shape if he was 170 pounds. You see how y'all force narratives on fighters? He looked at that big, but do you know days later he was in the gym with my guy and we all posted the picture that he took with him? What happened? He wasn't disappeared for a week. That's because y'all don't pay attention. See, we over here in the loop, and my guy was right in the gym with him shortly after that. And there's no way he went from 170 to 151 or 152 or whatever he was in the gym that day. Get what I'm saying? Y'all just force shit on people. Think about that. The fact that you would really say a 5'7", 5'8" guy is 170 pounds is crazy to me. He would literally be out of shape, fam. He's not a tall guy, 170 pounds. You never seen him 170. That's crazy that he stepped on the scale after Tank and it was around the same weight, Matt. What part don't you get? What are we talking about? They literally stepped on the scale on the same day, fam. The same exact day. You get what I'm saying? They was around the same amount of weight The same shit. And we still talking about 170 against Shock. Nah, fam. He wasn't no 170 against no Shock. Tim was good with it. Shout out to my dog, man. Yo, nah, his ass be dead serious.
We are now in July.
I don't give a fuck what everybody in boxing said. And you don't even know everybody in boxing to make that kind of statement. And who's everybody in boxing, fam? So you want me to believe everybody in boxing that most of those people, all those people that's saying that are fucking haters versus my guy that was in the gym with him right after a workout with his shirt off. Nowhere near 170, fam. What part don't you get? There's more narratives. We shot all that shit down. I don't give a damn what nobody in boxing said. They don't know shit. Did you see him and Tank step on the scale at the same time and their weight was the same? You didn't. So tell me you missed that. At the same time, if he was that big, why would he be the same much as Tank? But you know who was closer to 170? Guess who was close to 170 and they said even heavier? Gervonta Davis, because you seen him out of shape before. You ain't never seen Shakur out of shape. Point to it. Y'all just be wilding, man. Y'all really willing to push that? Then y'all nah, everybody say it was 165. They wrong, fam. They wrong. He don't be letting himself get that big. And I'm telling y'all, after he got out of the ring with Tio about a week or so, maybe 2, he was right back in the gym. He don't let himself get big. Y'all just be pushing that shit, man. 170 is wild. Nah, 170 is ridiculous. But let's get back to this Cook, man. Y'all believe what you want, man. We know the real over here. I ain't got to defend that shit. That's
what, July 17th. The challenge was like June 17th.
Who gives a fuck? That's not, we ain't doing that.
19th
we ain't talking
or
about
whatever it was. So it's like, I'm not no idiot, bro. That mean you probably was like 170, went, cut some weight, been trying to think of this, because I've been telling him for a minute. I've been like, yo, Dad, we ain't gonna do the weight challenge. We ain't gonna do, like, he been ignoring me. So out of nowhere, now he comes and show like 160. Like, I respect it, bro. Like, you could tell, like, you stay preparing yourself like me. Like, you're similar to me, so I respect it. But like, your natural walk around weight is clearly a lot bigger than what mine is. But I'm cool with it. Like, I just say it, like, I'm cool. If you saying you're gonna come down to 144, it's no issues. Like, people try to like make it seem like I'm sitting there just keep talking about it. But if it's brought up to me, I'm gonna like speak on the point. And I'm gonna say the truth and the facts of the situation. But I'm cool. At the end of the day, once he comes down to 144, he comes to my word.
Yeah. You know, honestly, I don't think I've heard them complain too much about coming down to 144. I don't think that would be an issue.
Bro, my daughter bigger than Tank for what it's worth, yo. Everybody's not gonna be extremely small, man. Who cares who's bigger? I care about who's better. They both started at 26. Shakur ain't too much bigger than Tank. You seen Tank out of shape before. You never seen it with Shakur. It ain't nothing to argue. And I don't even know why we care about who the bigger guy. Will he fight him? Will he fight him? If you put a weight clause on somebody in your same weight class, then there's something wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? And then he got to fight him first. I don't even know how we skipping steps. Let him get himself back on the chessboard. Then we can entertain real conversations with him. But other than that, all this shit is forced. So all this shit is forced. Because the last time he said from his Tank page, he was get it out the mud. I'm not giving you no payday. Now, somehow we fast forward to today and still keep saying when Tank fight him, well, I'll love to be there when that happens. I love to be there when it happens. I love to be there when it happens. Shout out to Cena. I think he one of the best in all the boxing today. But, you know, people get mad when I speak the real. Shout out to VK. What's going on, Queen? How you feeling? Let's keep going. Hit the like button, y'all.
Do you? Or you think maybe it is an issue?
I think it could be an issue. I think it could be. I think at the end of the day, I know who I'm dealing with. Like, I done dealt with these dudes in the past. So just like, okay, let's like really like go back in the history books. When they say he offered me the 25% during that time at 135 pounds, he know, I know, everybody know, he was weak. He was very weight drained at 135 pounds. Now, people was like, oh, you're bullying him and you're trying to, but it's like, which one is it? Did I duck the 25% or was he weak? Was he
Facts,
weak? Did he play media games and all of that kind of shit to make his narrative look real? Because we all know at 135 pounds during that time, while he was just for Lomachenko, it was a bad time to fight me. Like being truthful, like I'm just moving up in weight. I make the weight comfortably, and he would have had to like die down to make the weight. So I just know who I'm dealing with. Like when it comes down to it, like I know, like okay, these dudes could play games and like play media games and trick the media and the people into believing a lot of different things. So for me, yeah, 144, like it sounds good. Like it sounds very good. Like to me, I'm good with it. But to them, they say yes. They say like to the public, yes, but you never really know. Like they know. Like cutting all of that weight is probably a lot harder than it's being said to be.
Yeah, I think
and that's what it is. If you think Tank putting clauses on people is it being an even playing field, then you have no idea what an even playing field is. You got to stop making these excuses because somebody is a little bigger than Tank that he needs these clauses. It's like, ain't he good? Why do he need clauses on somebody that would be in the same weight class? That make you sound like you worried about something. If your argument is that he's so small, then he need to fight the small guys and just shut up about a Shakur, definitely about a Devin, because he even bigger. What do we be talking about? He's bigger. Everybody's bigger than Tank. So fucking what? So he didn't put a clause on Rolly. He never put a clause on nobody that he fought in the same weight class with him, right? That's it. It was one on Ryan because that was at 36. It was one on Barrios because he was fighting outside of his weight class, which was 135, right? We knew it. We fought at 140. I didn't trip about the rehydration because I already knew what it was, right? I ain't trip about it with Ryan Garcia because we knew what it was. He just did smart business. You know what I mean? Man, don't fight him, Mag. Don't fight him. But I'm not about to talk about Tank because it's not even a realistic conversation right now. It's not. But don't fight him. Who cares? But you don't get to determine what's fair and not fair. You think everybody goes in the ring the same exact size? They started at 26, bro. They both had one fight at 140. Keep telling me how Shakur's so much bigger than him when they could both still make the same weight class. We arguing about dumb shit. Like I'm not even talking about no Tank. We're gonna keep building. We're gonna be here for about another hour, y'all. Everybody feel like
with Lamont Roach Jr.
My bad.
And,
shout out to Big Dog Willie. My dog always putting that color in the chat. Said Haney Ho's channel. Said core is 185. Yup. Justify 147-pound weight. He said Haney Ho's are out of control. The new narrative is core asks for more money than he deserves. Yeah, that's because they all dumb. That's because they on YouTube trying to tell a multi-millionaire what he worth and what he deserve. That with their dumb asses. You don't never hear me tell you what Haney worth. I just tell you what I think the business of boxing is saying by the way people are not in the rush to put up money or bid on his fights and none of that stuff. So they're going to keep pushing narratives. Watch. Ain't going to be no more narratives to push if they sign that 144 fight and he beat them. They're going to be sick as hell, big dog. Watch what I tell you. Proud of the big dog, man. 185. COE, what's good, homie? What's good? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, y'all just be chasing y'all tails, man. I gotta remember, stop responding to certain stuff. My bad, y'all. Let's keep building.
That you would have the advantage fighting him at that weight, and thought it would be a mistake for.
Which one is it? Is he gonna have the advantage? Are you drained, or did you really want to fight him? Because it sounds like excuses. It sounds like you came up with all the reasons not to fight him. But at the same token, wanted everybody to believe you wanted to fight him. So much so that when given the opportunity, you vacated your belts. That's the end of that. I'm never talking about that again.
For Devin to
I see it. My guy was in the gym with Keyshawn's coach. He talked to his coach directly. He knows him personally. He said they're not negotiating currently to make a fight with Keyshawn. So how could Keyshawn be asking for more than 25%? You see, all they do is lie. Hey, you notice how no credible platforms posted that? It's only coming from Haney land. Nobody outside of Haney land is posting that shit. And that's real. Nobody. That tells you everything you need to know, fam. Tells you everything you need to know.
Though I feel like he was talking about like with a rehydration clause, but ain't nobody's ever said nothing about a rehydration. I'm cool and comfortable with him getting like as big as he want to be. Like I'm cool.
Yeah, you come in 144 with no rehydration clause. Don't nobody want to hear nothing else. Did you hear him say that too? Let's keep moving.
But yeah.
How much bigger, like, what do you think his walk around weight is? Like, how much weight do you think you would be giving up on fight night?
On fight night, probably like 15 to 20. 15 to 20. But I mean, that ain't really.
That's not anything?
It is. It's a lot. But like for like great fighters, like if we really like go back in the history books, like I want to say they posted Floyd weight and they posted Canelo weight.
Yeah.
And Canelo was way bigger than Floyd. And
yeah, he was.
Even with like Devin, I want to say after one of his fights, after one of his weigh-ins, they put his weight out there. And it was I want to say 165. So like he's gonna be big for sure. But I've been in the ring with the nigga like my whole life, and he always been bigger than me. Like he always been like his main thing, like him and Bill, they always like try to put their weight on me. Like they always like, okay, we're not gonna box with him. We're gonna. That's why even when he did the interview with Andre Ward, you hear him say like, "Oh, you didn't watch the sparring? We're gonna walk him down." Like they try to like bully me, but like they don't realize like I'm really physically strong as a bitch. Like I wrestle with like real niggas that's way bigger than me on a regular in the gym. So I'm good with it. I told you, I'm straight.
When we talk about the best versus the best, no disrespect to any other fighter out there. I just know your name, Devin's name. And honestly, I owe you an apology, bro, because I think at one point, we did an interview very early on, and I told you, I was the first one to tell you, you're never going to fight Devin. That fight's not going to happen because your weight is too, like, you guys will never be able to get the weight right. But here we are now, and it's like, I mean, is it this close? Is it this close? I mean, how, like,
nah, it ain't Shakur Land, clown. It's Just Do Boxing. That's what it is. It's Just Do Boxing. If you don't like my positive commentary on Shakur Stevenson, just go listen to somebody else. It's that simple. But the difference is between me and them Haney hoes and Haney Land, they tear Shakur down. Tell me one thing I said about Haney that's tearing them down. One slanderous thing I said since I've been talking boxing. Either shut up or get blocked. You don't have to listen to me. Go listen to whoever you want to listen to, fam. Because more than likely, probably a fake page that just created that shit today to try to get my attention. Go where you go, fam. Please do. I don't care for your support or none of that. Just go where you at. Go where you going, fam.
Like, are we close?
I feel like it's right
Trying
there.
to be nice. Just go where you going.
I feel like this the time. Like, I feel like all of these fighters, like, we've been talking about these fights for years. Like, oh, this fight. T.O. was a guy who kind of stepped up, and me and him had like real phone conversations. Like I remember.
There you go.
Way before our fight got made, he's like, "Yo, they want me to fight this person, but I would rather fight you." I'm like, yeah." But he on the phone, he like, "I'm gonna beat you." I'm like, "The fuck?" Like, no, you not, bro. You want to bet some money on this, bro? You not gonna beat me. So, but just to like have them conversations now and then, we come to fruition and we make a big fight happen and 20 fucking K people is in Madison Square Garden to watch us is like amazing. And I think like to continue that, let's keep it up. Like
yeah, that was a real win for boxing, seeing him and Teal pulling over the 20K. Everybody that participated on that card, that had to be a good feeling because they all was part of that. You get what I'm saying? It was a really good turnout. And I like what he's saying. Let's just keep it going. And the way you keep that going is by making the fights that the people want to see the most. And we know what these fights are. So stop hiding behind promotional companies, managers, the business of boxing, belts, politics, and just sit down with each other. All of these guys are all at the point where they're fully established, and they all should be hands-on with their business from this point forward. They all should be sitting down and be a part of those conversations where they working it out, ironing out the kinks, right? Because that's how you're going to get those big fights over the hump, man. Don't have too many people talking for you. Talk for yourself as well. And you heard it from the great Bernard Hopkins about the James Toney fight. They had too many people talking for him. Negotiations fell apart. Not one time did he say, James Toney was ducking me. Or did you ever hear James Toney say, "Oh, Bernard was ducking me"? Nah, it be business. And sometimes if you let the suits do it, you know what I mean? That should take take on a world of its own. And before you know it, negotiations would be off, and guys have been done, moved on. So I feel like any fighter in today's generation, if you're a top guy, you need to be hands-on with these fights that you want to make the most. I think that's what your responsibility is, to make sure that you've done everything on your behalf, on your part, to make any fight, not just sit there and say, well, I want to fight him. Nah, physically do everything in your power with you and your team being on the same page. So if and when a fight does or does not materialize, we know that you and your team was 100% all in on trying to make that particular fight, or they wasn't trying to make that fight, right? Instead of all the games with the media confusing people to think one way or the other. Because at the end of the day, you know, if a super fan is going to tell you that somebody is scared or they ducking, a real one like me going to tell you it's business, and it got to make sense for both fighters on both sides. A lot of time guys don't want to give up a little to get a lot. Sometimes they do make the sacrifices, and we see the fights. In this particular instance, it's obviously both guys giving up some ground, giving up a little to get a lot. And if the fight gets pushed over the hump, that's eventually what it's going to be. It's going to be two guys that gave up a little to get a whole lot, meeting in the middle to make a really big bag and level up. You know, the winner of that fight between the Devin and Shakur going to do even greater things, in my opinion. They already looked at as two of the best boxers in the game. It's definitely Shakur for me. If you win, you know, the sky's the limit. Same thing with Devin. You go out there, you beat a guy like Shakur, you could poke your chest out just a little bit different, right? These the 50-50 type of fights that the fans want. I don't believe Devin is scared of Shakur. I don't believe Shakur is scared of Devin. I don't think they've been ducking each other. I think, though, they've enjoyed the PR wins that they've been able to capture with Shakur, because he go to battle with him and the rest of y'all, the Haney hoes, the news cycle, right? Both of the Haneys in particular. And he used to spend a lot of time combating that. But I think he's been a little more selective with the tweets, and they've been more impactful, if you ask me, because he's being very specific. Hey, oh, you want to fight? Well, let's do this, X, Y, and Z. Oh, well, you want 59? What'd he say? 16 more pounds to go. Let's do it. It was cool to keep saying about contracts and who y'all wanted to fight. But then as soon as he start opening his mouth about what was what, then y'all get quiet and keep saying he quiet. He literally doing all the interviews that he need to do. He ain't quiet. He said this the fight he want. He said, if that's what y'all want, said, go ahead and drop the belt and let's do it. Y'all keep saying y'all don't got to drop the belt, but you lying to the fans, because Gustavo already let it be known. If you fight anybody outside of Keyshawn, the belt is getting stripped. So either vacate it and make it easy on yourself, or sign the fight first, make sure it's sealed and delivered with you and Shakur, and vacate the belt, because that's what's going to happen anyway. So why waste time? You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I just want to see fights, but I don't want to hear narratives for the next 2-3 months about how somebody is scared to fight you and ducking and too small and got to put on more muscle, and how Jay Prince is sacrificing Keyshawn Davis. Like, all the narratives need to stop and die now. Fight who you want to fight, fam. And that's what people have been saying from the rip. So y'all backed yourselves in a weird space, and now y'all going to have to stand on something at the end of the day. Shout out to Big Dog Willie. I appreciate the love back in the Super Set. He said, just do Haney O's saying Devin deserves 60-40. In a purse split, supposedly Devin Ryan sold 500,000 pay-per-views. I wonder if that'll be the next narrative. Hey, I know one, Big Dog. They said that Devin and Bill could make 500 million, 500, a half a billion with ZUFFA or DAZN, because they got leverage. They said they could get a half a billion out of them. That's what they said. 500 million, fam. And that's the honest truth. That's what they said. Sometimes I wonder why y'all. Shout out to Obega. Yeah, he just been saying, he been all over the place. That's why I meant more money. Nah, I'm telling you, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with getting stripped, but you asking the wrong question. Why are you being honest with the people? On one end, you saying you want to fight this dude and you all in. On the other end, you said you're not vacating nothing. You're not dropping the belt. Well, you're going to get stripped. So are you playing games with the people? Because it can't be both. If you want to fight him, then you at least vacating the belt. So maybe you don't get stripped. It's a silly question, bro. Silly question. Ain't shit wrong with it. But what's wrong is playing to the bitter end with the fans. Now, the goofies done told me that Keyshawn is next, but his coach directly, somebody that will be working with him, is currently training other fighters for other fights and has said there's been no current negotiations between them at all right now for as far as them reaching out to make a fight. And that shit starting to look real suspect. He said 500 million Jamaican shillings. I promise you they said 500 million, bro. $500 million. Let's play the rest of this and get it up off the screen. Everybody hit that like button.
So like the big names, the guys on Tank, Devin, however it goes, like however we got to get these fights done, I'm down.
Yeah. So we just waiting on Devin base. As far as you're concerned, ball's in their court. You're good with everything. We just waiting on them. What are you gonna do? You coming over here with ZUFFA? You gonna fight me? You gonna fight Keyshawn? What are we doing?
Yeah, that's what it come down to. He got to make a decision, and whatever decision he make, good for him. But if he choose Keyshawn, I got nothing but respect. But if he choose me, I got nothing but respect. So he in a situation to where he gotta fight the best, or he gotta fight the best. That's how I look at it. So
sound like all y'all in a win-win-win. That's a win for all of y'all, right?
It's a win for the sport of boxing. I think the fans gotta appreciate things like this more. I think they complain all day about this and that. Shut the fuck up. Stop complaining and appreciate the sport of boxing.
That's funny.
What it is. And
It'll
people
never
been saying
happen.
boxing is dying for centuries, but it look very much alive right now. The best is willing to get in the ring and fight each other. So appreciate it. And niggas ain't scared. I'm tired of that scary shit that they be talking about. Niggas ain't scared. Niggas ain't. Nobody cared. Like, with all due respect to the Floyd era, I love Floyd. Floyd did everything he was supposed to do to keep his own. He took the risk. He did everything. But in our era, it's like we ain't scared to lose that shit. We'll put that shit on the line. Let's do it too. Like, it ain't this some back in the day shit right now. Like, there's some Four Kings. Come on, let's go. Let's get it in. Like, that's how I feel like it should be. Like, fuck it. Bright lights. Who's the best?
Right, Rich.
Who wanna the fans need to just come out and support and watch and see the fights that they've been begging for years. And that's how I look at it.
Yeah.
And that's real, man. Say 80 people in the building. Everybody hit that like button, man. Double tap the screen if you're on the vertical side. So look, I like what he was saying there. Like I said, bro, I'm gonna be pissing a lot more of y'all off when it's all said and done. Y'all not ever gonna guilt trip me about supporting boxing, fam. That's why I'm here. Y'all here to slander. Y'all here to keep talking all the negative, stupid stuff. Like, y'all haters, y'all natural born haters. And it's so sad that this generation has normalized hating and disguised it as people cooking in boxing conversations. Y'all literally watching people, men and women, be successful each and every time they step in the ring, continue to win, make money, have big crowds, make lucrative deals while y'all sit on y'all channels and talk about how bad they're doing for themselves. That makes you a hater. Watching somebody live their life doing some shit that you couldn't do if you tried, and not being able to highlight anything successful that they got going on, but all your conversation is about how bad they're moving and how much they're messing up and ruining their careers while you continue to watch them be successful and level up, is ridiculous. It's almost insanity at this point that y'all people tune into that type of shit. But the minute you hear somebody speaking fair and decent, then it's like, oh, well, you're supporting them too much and stupid stuff, man. We're going to keep supporting boxing, you weirdos. You know what I mean? Shout out to Team Haney, man. They're in a strange situation. Some people think it's good leverage. Some people think they don't have leverage. I could care less. I just want to see fights. I know they've been selling people a dream, and you've seen it play out right now. I know it's been a lot of pre-announcements with no confirmation. I know, and still to this day, it's still no confirmation, right? We still waiting on whatever confirmation that they were speaking of. So I don't see it. Still waiting. I think at some point they're going to get a deal and something be announced. But until then, it looks crazy to make all these early announcements and then nothing come to fruition, right? He wasn't able to materialize. None of these offers and things was ever able to materialize in a timely manner. And now people get to sit around and overanalyze your situation, right? So some people feel like ZUFFA is really showing. Like, I seen them pushing a narrative that ZUFFA values Devin Haney more than Shakur. Why do y'all even care to have those kind of conversations? That is fucking weak. Ain't that the fight that they've been saying they wanted? Y'all Lord and Savior, 100 mil, no deal, Bill Haney. Ain't that the guy that y'all listen to everything he said? Didn't he tell y'all ain't that the fight they wanted? So how the fuck would you know if they value one over the other when Turkey is texting Shakur Stevenson and putting out tweets about how he the best in his weight class? He made what? Padley, Peta, T.O. I mean, why would he value one more than the other when he clearly is working with both of them? But that's what a super fan is. That's the difference between Haney land and boxing over this way. Don't tell me y'all Lord and Savior, Bill, 100 mil, no deal Haney is what they calling him, right? Hey, man, that's what y'all saying his name is. But why would you even care? What would you possibly have as information to back up a claim that they value one fighter over the other? Y'all watch boxing like little girls. Who gives a damn? Y'all know what conversation. I even seen somebody say F who will win. Y'all don't even care about who will win. Y'all care about all the narratives because that gets y'all the clicks. I cannot wait till Shakur Stevenson break y'all heart if they make that fight and he beat that man. Shout out to Haney, but that's strictly to the haters. Y'all sit up all day doing the same goofy shit. He fumbled. Y'all mad, and y'all some hypocrites. Y'all super Haney hoes are dissing and taking shots at the ZUFFA deal, but y'all all told me, y'all Haney hoes told me that's where Devin Haney was getting that 100 million from. Y'all said ZUFFA was signing and he was going to be the face of ZUFFA. Now they announced Shakur deal first, and all of a sudden, they value Devin Haney so much that they literally waiting for Keyshawn Davis to accept 25% to announce his deal. I'm sick of y'all. Every narrative y'all put out is getting worse and worse by the day, and it's less and less believable, fam. It's less and less believable. Less and less believable, man. So shout out to Legacy. What's good, homie? I was good with it. Man, I swear they got a problem where everybody moves but his. Now, knowing damn well if he signed a ZUFFA, y'all would be praising it. But now Shakur fumbled because Dev didn't get his deal announced. Y'all weirdos, man. Just push boxing for once. Man, the whole time I'm up here like, man, they going to figure it out. I know sooner or later they deal going to get announced. They probably just, working out some particulars. You get what I'm saying? They going to get to that bag. They going to get them a fight. I'm saying all of this. The Haney hoes like, yeah, Shakur fumbles again, man. Yeah, he's scared of Devin. Yeah, he signed the ZUFFA, but, he played itself. Now he's a sellout. It's like, bro, shut up. Just enjoy boxing, you weird grown men. Y'all, man, y'all be narratives dying day by day. Them shits ain't even lasting no more. Y'all can't even, y'all been pushing so many narratives. Y'all don't even know where to stop at. Y'all don't even know where this shit started at. Told me they was fighting Keyshawn next. Today they on live stream still talking about Shakur scared. Why would it even matter if you fighting Keyshawn next? Ain't y'all keeping y'all belt? Ain't y'all keeping y'all belt? Y'all need to be negotiating with that man and working out a fight instead of lying. Talking about, oh yeah, he won't take 25% and the other one's scared of you. I'm tired of y'all, bro. When y'all done framing those dudes as some type of ducks and scared, y'all gotta go fight somebody, yo. And when it's Jack Catterall or somebody, don't say I ain't tell you. Y'all going through all this shit just to play yourself. It's gonna be nasty work, fam. So let's keep building, bro. Dude stepped on the scale a month later. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. You playing weight games way too late. Don't nobody give a damn, fam. You really think after you think you was 159.8 pounds a month ago? I'm willing to bet money he was over 170. I'm willing to bet money he was over 170, which is why he didn't step on the scale when everybody else did it. Get out of here, fam. And we really don't care. At the end of the day, I respect your grind, your grit, your work ethic, even though I don't agree with the whole tacking on like multiple weight classes of pounds after the weigh-in. I know everybody rehydrates and come in to fight heavier than what they weighed in at. But 20 to 25 pounds is a lot of weight. If you fight at 47 and then you weigh in at 173 or some shit like that, that's a lot of weight to me. You almost a light heavyweight in the ring, right? That's multiple weight classes up. Count the weight classes. You got junior middle, right? Above 47. You got middleweight, super middle. Then you got light heavy. That would be almost 4 weight classes above where you weighed in at. But people are trying to make it seem like, that don't mean nothing. If you skillful, it can mean something. But like Shakur said, man, the right skills pay the bills. And He said it, 144 with no clause, but y'all still like, nah, he said a rehydration clause. I forgot. That was the newest one. Y'all said that's what it was. Now he asking for a rehydration clause, but you heard him sit right in his interview and say, yo, I ain't say nothing about no clauses. 144 and we good. Simple and plain. Now you don't tell Devin to do an interview, even if he got to go on one of the Haney Ho channels and do it. Do an interview and say you good. All y'all do is lie. Emmanuel, what's good with it? Talking about y'all had a contract for Keyshawn. Keyshawn got a contract, he just won't sign it. So both Shakur and Keyshawn got contracts that they won't sign. So you fighting both of them? Make it make sense. So y'all just out here actively just sending out contracts, right? To a guy that's been ducking you, right? That's y'all been saying he too small, he's scared of you, he ducking you. So you telling me you sent a contract to him and then you sent a contract to a guy that won't sign on for 25%. And you did all of this, contract sending with no deal and no financial backing, right? And you want me to believe that shit? I don't believe none of these guys got no contract in their hands with the other guy name on it right now. Because I don't think none of them got that far. I really don't. The rubber about to meet the road. Where y'all at, man? Where we at, family? 2 days in? You know what I mean? You jumped on the scale 159. We don't give a damn. It's a month later. The weight challenge was over, fam. Shit died down. Shit, they done moved on to something else, fam. They done moved on to something else. They done jumped it. They done moved to something else. I really don't like y'all sometimes, man. That's how I'm doing it from now on. I ain't even going back and forth. Here go the link. What's your name? Fredo? Here go the link, fam. Come explain to me how I'm making Devin King Kong. Did I not? Did anything I say wasn't factual? Wasn't on point? Watch how silly this is. Watch. He must be King Kong to you. Everything I said is factual, so he don't gain anywhere from 15 to 25 pounds after the weigh-in. So that's me making that up. So he wasn't fighting at 140, but rehydrating heavier than Keith Thurman, who was at 147 pounds, fam. That's what you telling me. Should be ridiculous, bro. That should work. Let me see. I'll click it myself real quick. Everybody hit the like button, man. Y'all just be saying anything. I swear. Yeah, they were. Oh, I thought you said it didn't work. My bad. Yeah, nah, it's working. Nah, the link worked. You could come up here and chop it up. This ain't an argument neither. This ain't no argument, but explain your statement. In what way am I making him look like or sound like or look like King Kong? Does he or does he not gain anywhere from 15 to 25 pounds from the weigh-in to fight night? Is that not true? Is that not well documented? It wasn't documented that he was fighting at 140 and rehydrating to 165. That wasn't documented. I'm making that up. So you heard Shakur bring it up. So you telling me he wasn't fighting with guys like Regis? He fought Regis down there, right? You telling me he wasn't rehydrating 25 pounds up, or he wasn't 165 pounds? That shit was documented. It's public. They documented that shit clearly. What you forgot? So I'm not making them sound like nothing. I'm telling the truth. So you might not like the truth because maybe it might hold the guy in a negative light, but I'm not saying it to be negative. I'm saying it to be real. Tell me, can you refute anything I'm saying? Am I lying about anything I'm saying about his weight at all? Then you just hear me say I respect his grind, how hard he worked. I'm not a fan of putting all that weight on from the weigh-in to fight night, but that's a legal loophole. At the end of the day, I'm not knocking it, but I don't care for it because you packing on so much weight that you're literally 3 to 4 weight classes heavier than where you weighed in at. To me, that's a little crazy. It is crazy to me. But at the same time, boxing has to do something about it. I'm not going to sit here and cry. You found your loophole. You took advantage of it. Great work. You get what I'm saying? Great work. But we're not going to act like that's not what's going on. That's what exists. It's not me making up nothing. I'm not acting like he King Kong. See, this the whole problem. And this is what y'all don't want to acknowledge. None of these conversations would be this way if a welterweight just stayed in a welterweight's place. And I mean that respectfully. If the welterweight just got to 147 and stopped worried about weight classes that he said he outgrew, like 140, guys that's fighting at 35, but yet and still you got to 147 after one fight and all your attention went to smaller guys. But when we highlighted You're making it seem like he's bigger than what he is. He is bigger than all of the guys that he's been calling out as of lately. And up until a fight or two ago, if you Keyshawn, because he had 2 fights now at 140, right? You get me? You would literally be calling out 3 lightweights, fam. Talking about King Kong. He's not King Kong at all. King Kong would have just conquered his division. King Kong would have got to where he got to and said, yo, you know what? When them little guys come up here, I'm starching them. Until then, I'm going to beat up everybody at 47. But what did you do? You got on the internet and tried to force a fight at a weight class that you claimed that you couldn't make. And then be surprised when people call you out for the weight advantage that you've been privy to in damn near every fight. You've made a career off of saying 2 guys in weigh-ins and face-offs, you're too small. But when we point that out, we're lying. Nah, bro. This is why all this talk is about weight. Weight this, weight that. He big this, he too small that. Wait till he come to 47. He got to come now. He got to jump right to 47 right now. We're not doing 144. Oh, snap. We is doing 144. We can't make 144. Oh, shit. We can make 140. I'm tired of it. Make a fight. That's all. Can y'all make one fucking fight without a narrative, fam? Can y'all make one? Can you make one fight without a narrative? Brian Norman was on steroids, PEDs before y'all fought him. You forgot? That's your last win. And y'all literally pushed the jacket on this man. Steroids, PEDs. Then after y'all beat him, now you talking about, he knocked a month out of memory. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that weak ass shit. Y'all was willing to say this man was on steroids to push y'all narrative. Y'all was willing to tell the world Subriel Matias duck child 140 when y'all reached out to the wrong people. It's the same shit. That's the most frustrating thing about Team Haney to me. The narratives and the PR spins and the moves, right? I don't fully knock it because I get it, man. People gonna be silly and easy to manipulate, then have at it, right? But damn, at some point, y'all gotta be real. I'm sick of the dumbass narratives, attached to everybody that wants to fight y'all. When it's time to fight, can y'all fight one fighter without saying some wild ass shit about them? Damn, fight the guys you're supposed to fight then. Fight people your size. I ain't never seen fans put up this much resistance for their favorite fighter, constantly calling out all the smaller guys and literally lightweights, 2 weight classes below. And y'all cool with this shit. Y'all don't have no problem, bro. Then y'all talking about who's scared. Fight people in your weight class. Simple shit. Big Dog Willie, my dog, man. Appreciate the love. So just do. I have issues with the Haney hoes and I have issues with the Taker Maniacs. Both fan bases be on some bullshit. I swear they do. Just because Corey's their favorite fighter, biggest threat, it's amazing to me. And that's exactly what it is. He one of their biggest threats to dude's favorite fighters, so they got to drag him. But I'm going to keep standing on my business over here. I don't drag Devin Haney. I'm just strictly talking about the narratives that they produce from that camp when it's time to fight a quality guy or somebody that's with some type of threat or somebody that they're deemed to fight next. It's always the same old smoke and mirrors. Either this one duck, this one on steroids, he's scared, he too little, he need to put more weight on, he not ready yet, he ducking. Come on, man. Them narratives getting fucking played out. Make a fight. Make a fight. ZUFFA value Devin Haney more than Shakur. Like, what? How could you possibly prove that? Why would you even care about that? Who the better fighter? Who ZUFFA think is the better fighter? That's what I want to know. Who ZUFFA think the better fighter is? Give a damn about who they value more. Who gives a damn? Can't tell me they valuing a guy that dad made the announcement and still ain't been confirmed yet. Yeah, they value him so much that Keyshawn is stopping them from making $100 million deal announcement. Make it make sense. And that's straight from the Haney land, from the Haney.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to my dog, Tim Late, man. I appreciate y'all, man, for the B-Day wishes, man. Shout out to Mama Do and Baby Do. Appreciate you, big dog, man. Yeah, they wild, man. They wild, man. They wild everywhere you turn. Shout out to Tunnel Vision, sending out contracts with no network and making $5 million a year. LOL, better win that purse bid. Talk about a Tunnel Vision. Y'all, you get me? Y'all sending it with no joint, bro. You get me? Y'all doing this with no joint. Y'all sending out all this shit with no joint. Yeah, with no network, no deal in place. I ain't reading that. Hell with that. Yeah, they crazy work, bro. In the ring, they all have professional high-level skills. That's true indeed, fam. They have called out Xander at 54. I think he did, Rico. I think he did. He said something about Xander. And Boots is on his list as well. So being that he beat Xander, Boots beat Xander, I'm sure you don't want to fight the guy that lost, right? So going up to 54 and get that boot smoke. They won't never tell that man to do that. They won't ask that man to go. They won't even ask him to fight people in his weight class. The hell if they the same size. They won't even ask him to fight people in his weight class. They've been making all this noise about chasing down smaller guys while trying to convince the world that the smaller guys are scared of the guy that's 2 weight classes bigger than half of the people he put on his list. I really can't stand how disingenuous y'all are, and y'all expect everybody else to be dumb. That's my only issue with Team Haney. Y'all keep that dumb shit where y'all at. Don't expect me to be dumb. Don't expect, even Shakur said he respect the way they do business. They doing businessman things. But at the end of the day, y'all got to make a decision what y'all want to do. And that shit sound very reasonable. Simple and plain, bro. You want to fight or not? Or do you want to do all your fighting on Twitter? Man, I'm telling you, man, that Twitter shit is dead, man. Make the fights. What y'all at? 2 days left, fam? 2 days left, bro. Y'all ready for that brick hand or what, man? What y'all gonna do about that brick, fam? That's why I want to know. What y'all gonna do about the brick, man? Boots dead. We'll never see Boots versus Dead because there's no advantages there, respectfully. And I don't think that's a fight that they confident about. And I'll say that. I don't believe that. No, you won't. R. Stokes was good with the family. Happy born day, King. Shout out to R. Stokes, my dog. Yeah, yesterday was baby girl birthday. Mama Do birthday was yesterday. Haney's way more accomplished than all them dudes. All the narratives are against Haney. Brian Norman is a full welterweight. Yeah, I don't know what the hell you talking about. Haney ain't way more accomplished than nobody. Way more accomplished than who? What dudes? What are you even talking about right now? Brian is a full welterweight. So what are you talking about? None of that is even in question. No, Team Haney is pushing the fucking narratives, fam. They currently saying Keyshawn want more than 25%, but my dog talked to Keyshawn's coach. They're not even currently negotiating shit with Keyshawn at all. They're not even talking to him or trying to make the fight. They said Shakur too small, he little, he's scared, he ducking him. He's not even in the same weight class. They want him to do shit that Devin Haney didn't even do. So nah, they're pushing the narratives. They the ones that say they got a deal worth over $100 million, right? They the ones said that they could fight 2 fighters on the same contract. They the ones that said they was fighting Keyshawn, then Shakur. They the ones that said they was negotiating with Tank. Then his super hoes pushed it on their channel that Tank was next. Now they're saying Keyshawn, now back to Shakur. All them narratives is coming from that side. I don't know where you been, what you been watching. What the hell you been watching, fam? That Rolly fight, and then a Ryan and go from there. Rico, the problem is he can't get the money, Rico. You know what I mean? He couldn't secure that money. This came from a PBC exec directly, fam. They was not willing to put up no money for that fight. They didn't send a counter offer or anything. They got sent the offer. They was willing to put up 50% for Rolly and make them put up their money for the fight, and they didn't do it. The HP had $30 million for Tank, but nothing to make and salvage the Rolly Romero fight. So PBC exec said Devin Haney ain't trying to fight nobody. Shout out to my baby girl, man. Yeah, no, appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate CJ. Hope everything is well with you, my guy. Gave props to Devin. He say he a good boxer, but Devin fans calling Shakur's style boring as diabolical. Knowing he the better boxer, Legacy. Knowing they got a similar style and he the better boxer. You know what I mean? He a better boxer. Land more punches and you land them at a higher percentage. Got a better jab. Get hit less. What we talking about? Lose less rounds. Huh? You get me? So it's crazy. Shout out to baby girl, man. But yeah, this is crazy. But that's what it is, Rico. The biggest problem is not that Devin Haney is ducking a Keyshawn or Shakur or Rolly or none of them. It's the lack of backing. Without that, you get me? It's hard for him to secure the necessary money that he wants to make these fights. Now, I'm pretty sure if they'd have been willing to pay him whatever that guarantee, anywhere from $4 to $6 million is what I heard they reported that he won up front, then more than likely we would have seen that fight. But without that, that man ain't getting in there. You get what I'm saying? So I think that's been a hold up in terms of their lack of confirmation on their announcements, right? You need your deal to be in place for it to make sense for you to be anywhere in the neighborhood of being able to make $100 million or more, right? And for you to fully secure a fight in good faith, you have to have some type of backing behind you to secure any fight. How you gonna go into any negotiations with no backing? Because obviously DHP ain't putting up no money. So again, what are we talking about when we talking about guys are not signing contracts for who to fight who on what network, right? And does anybody still believe, I've been asking this question since they said it, does anybody believe that they make fights for free agents and then announce the deal after the fight? So they're gonna announce his fight first, and then they're gonna be like, oh shit, but Dev signed to ZUFFA. Dev fighting Devin Haney, Dev fighting Shakur Stevenson next, and then they're gonna announce the next day that he signed to ZUFFA. Don't make sense. It just don't make sense. So, you know, I got my little questions, but I've always said, I think they're gonna work it out. Maybe that we within a matter of hours or days or whatever before they, you know, come up with an announcement. But I just want to hear it because everything from that point on would make a lot more sense to me. You get what I'm saying? All this who you want to fight next would be more of a thing, right? Shakur saying who he wants to fight makes more sense, and I got more weight behind it with him having a deal in place, right? And with the ideal that they said there's no restrictions on any of these fights. So you get what I'm saying? That's what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? That's what you got to do, man. If he was dead on offer, it's not because he's scared. It's just business agreements. Yeah, and I don't even think it's no offer from his side yet at all. Legacy, for real, for real. I just don't. Fredo, that link was for you, fam. I'm not interested in arguing nothing that you talking about. That's cool. Yeah, you can live in Haney land. We rock with Dev too, so I don't know what argument you having. I know Shakur's a better boxer than him, and the numbers suggest it. So you damn right he a better boxer. He lose less rounds, he get hit considerably less. Dev is top 10, Shakur is top 1, plus minus. That's the big difference, fam. So yeah, he is a better boxer. He land his combinations at a higher percentage, his jab at a higher percentage. What else? I mean, what else? What else do you got to suggest that Devin's a better boxer or a more efficient boxer than Shakur? Because I'm going off the numbers, not what I think. Now go look up the numbers and tell me who the better fighter. And then go ahead and argue about how he fought way better competition. Because I already know that's where the goalpost going to get moved. So that means he got to get hit so much more because he fought so much better competition. Bullshit. Telling you. Shout out to my dog, too. I appreciate the love. Appreciate the support in that super chat, man. Holding it down. If you in here, hit the super chat, the cash app, support the grind. We're going on 4 hours. We'll be there soon. We're going to keep rocking for a bit on this good Sunday, y'all. Shout out to the family. Big Dog Willie. Happy birthday to the dudes. I ever make it to Jersey in my lifetime or for a court fight, steak and potatoes on you. Your ninja just do, man. You already know, Big Dog. I appreciate you, man. And baby girl, appreciate the love. Shout out to everybody for the B-Day wishes too, man. Mama do and baby do birthdays back to back, 17th and 18th. Shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Big Dog, I appreciate all the love, family. For sure, man. For sure. We definitely got to catch a fight, man. Shakur better than Dev, for sure. Shout out to Phil. Look, and that's just my opinion on it based on what I watched. And I think the numbers make a strong case that the things that I've been thinking for years is valid. Is Shakur like light years above Dev? Is it like night and day? I wouldn't say that. I think that's a competitive fight when it happens because I think both of them phenomenal, world-class, high-level boxers, right? If Devin Haney wasn't a high-level boxer, then Shakur would have probably just jumped straight up to 47 and fought him, right? Without much thought. But being that he respect game and he know that guy is skillful because he's been in the ring with him, right? He ain't as quick to just give up all the advantages and give up everything. So he said, yo, meet me in the middle because unlike Conor Ben is a lick. Right, I go beat his ass. He ain't on our level, but Dev is more skillful. He come from what I come from to a degree, right? Even if Shakur feels like he's the better guy, it's still you don't feel like he's so much better to the point where you ignoring what's on the other side because that would be foolish. So, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But I think overall, you know, Shakur gonna perform more consistently at the elite level through the course of a 12-round fight than Devin Haney. And I think at the end of 12, he gets his hand raised. and people walk away from that fight understanding who was the better boxer and why I've been saying this shit for years. If I am wrong, then I come back here and y'all can tell me how I ain't know what I was talking about and I ain't know shit about boxing. And it's all good. You ain't got to lose your mind. I'm a supporter of Dev. I just don't think he beat Shakur. Can he beat him? Yes. Will he beat him? In my opinion, no. And one of the biggest reasons why I feel like some of the fans know it, because they don't even talk about the fight. They talk about the narratives and all of how scary he is, and they say all the stuff that don't make a fight, right? That don't make you think that they want that fight. So, nah, man, they know he the real deal. Just like I can tell you, Devin is the real deal. The problem in boxing, when you hear me make a pick, you like, man, what? So you don't like Devin? Nah, he a hell of a fighter, but just not a better boxer than Shakur. I haven't seen it. Through his 33 fights with Shakur's 25, I haven't seen a more efficient, better boxer in Devin Haney. I haven't seen that at all. And I don't have no problem saying it. That's my thought process. But again, the numbers back up what I think, right? Tell me what area efficiency-wise that Devin Haney is better. Where? See what I'm saying? That's where that shit start getting quiet. They tell you I'm like glazing some weird shit, but they can't tell you I'm telling some shit that's not facts. It ain't even my opinion. By the numbers, he better. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. It is what it is, bro. Stepping on the scale didn't impress me, fam. You got to show me something. You got to show me that you want to fight one of them dudes. And like I said, I don't think you're scared of nobody, but I think you got your ideal of how you make these fights. You get what I'm saying? I think he got his idea of how he make either one of these fights. And last time I checked, Jay said he had them double barrels, man. Trying to think, got them double barrels, man. You know what I'm saying? Got them double barrels. So, pick what you will, man. Pick your poison, bro. You can pick your poison. Which one of them guys you want to get in the ring with and fight. But regardless, it's a good fight. It don't matter. Either which way, it's a good fight. You get me? Either way, it's a good fight. They have been in some of the moments in the ring because he's getting outboxed. I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, I've seen him look super uncomfortable in the ring in spots. And I just haven't seen Shakur like that. Not saying it can't happen, but I just feel like one guy just pedigree. Somebody's pedigree shines and shows on a consistent basis from fight to fight. And Devin shows you that with, maybe his pedigree ain't as high, but his work rate and skill set is definitely on par. And he's able to produce similar results, very accomplished. Like, think about it, doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? I always say that stuff, but don't think I'm a sugarcoat who I think will win that fight, because I don't. I ain't. Yeah, Tommy the real deal. When they both at their best, Shakur condition is the best. I think so. Hannah Rapp. Shout out to Tony, man. Boxer, man, that had a tragic situation happen, man. You probably want to rewind early in the live. We was breaking it down. Shout out to Hannah Rapp. Jess, peace to the queen. How you feeling? 50-50 if I has to happen. Yeah. It's a 50-50 fight. That's how you know it's competitive, right? It ain't just no walkthrough for neither guy, but got come on your A game. And I think A game against A game, I think Shakur gets the win. And I think because he's so much better defensively, that's the biggest gap, I think, overall with the skill sets. I think it's the one that's going to matter the most, hitting and not getting hit. I think Shakur defense is considerably better than Devin's. And like I said, that gap with the plus minus will kind of show you that number 10 to number 1, some considerable gap. Shout out to Go Getter. Yeah, that was my baby girl birthday and my baby boy back to back birthdays. He almost had the same birthday as his mama. He just missed it by a few minutes. But hold on. So let's keep building, man. Shout out to them boys. That was Court's most recent interview, I believe, from Fight Hype. So he said what he said. He gonna wear his own clothes. He gonna keep working with the people that he's been working with, right? So that's another narrative that he gonna have to wear all that ZUFFA stuff, and he not. So the only thing now, we just gotta wait and see, because they talked about the money enough. Now we gotta see if they gonna deliver. Now it's time to deliver. You know what I'm saying? See what the first fight could be for him. But I expect to see him on ring cards especially if it's a fight that we truly want to see. And you seeing Ryan and Ben get put together, and that's ZUFFA and DAZN. I mean, ZUFFA and Golden Boy, which is linked to DAZN, Top Rank, and now PBC as well. So fights can happen when guys want to fight, and I'm a firm believer of that, and I'm gonna keep believing that because I think that's what's real. Get what I'm saying? Guys want to fight, they fight. They don't hide behind promotions and all that dumbass shit. Imagine Terrence Crawford saying, "I ain't trying to fight Earl because he with the PBC." Imagine it though. Seriously, imagine Terrence Crawford saying that. Imagine that shit.
Week has been
Imagine
the
Terrence
resolution of
saying I ain't trying to make the fight with Canelo because he dealing with Turkey, and Turkey is bad for boxing, and I ain't selling my soul. Imagine he's saying that, the dumbass shit that people be pushing with their favorite fighter. Telling you, man, guys want to fight, they fight. Simple and plain. But something else I wanted to get to, because they've been talking a lot about this this fight, especially since they patched things up, since Vergil patched things up with Golden Boy over there. They put, like, I don't even want to call it a full court press, but it seems like all their attention and eggs, it seemingly was kind of in the Boots basket again, and it was back. You know, Rick Meridian been posting relentlessly about Boots. He been posting AI with Boots getting beat up by Vergil, all types of stuff. Vergil in 8, Vergil in 5, like, got all these different things that he's saying. He's like pushing the fight, and Oscar is saying that there's make the fight, but it's some conflicting things going on. I don't know if Boots and them is moving on, because I think I heard Bozy say, like, now they got to wait their turn or something. I don't know, but I think that's the biggest fight for either one of them to make. I would just hope that with nobody having a fight lined up, it just seemed like a no-brainer, but this is them burying their issues and focusing on the biggest fights ahead. I just hope that's what's next for them. But like I said, Vergil's been, you know, making his rounds. He's been saying since the Boots fight, he'll sleep Jaron, making his comments. I've always said Vergil wanted to fight. I think the fight didn't happen because they wasn't all on the same page. And I told you, there's so many moving parts in boxing. It's hard to just look at a fighter and be like, yo, it's your fault why the fight didn't happen. Because to me, I think he wanted it. Despite him talking about the Earl Spence dream fight and all that different stuff, I've never looked at Vergil as nobody that's scared of a challenge. Just look at his last 3 fights. That should tell you something about this guy. He's been battle-tested throughout his career, right? He got a solid resume, but without the accolades. So he's somebody that's, you know, he's been tested, man. I think a fight with him and Boots is inevitable. It need to happen. Preferably now, while nobody got none lined up. Nobody has none lined up. The opportunity seem now. You know, everybody under that same umbrella. They claim that's the fight they want. If it don't get done, it's on Boots. But I just wonder, like, you know, where's Team Ennis at as a whole? Like, what's their priority? Because, you know, it was a number of things that they was talking about doing, right? I heard about the Fundora shit. You heard about Josh Kelly, possibly. Boots just want to fight. And this is the fight to make, man. Let's not play. This is the fight to make. How Shakur hands, from what I understand, go-getter, his hands are straight. I think he been getting his hands wrapped a certain way and then using certain gloves. And he got some little methods I think he go about addressing the hand issues that he been having. Everybody hit that like button, man. We're going to keep rolling. So this is Vergil talking with, you know, obviously Chris Mannix and talking about this fight with Boots.
Differences between Vergil Ortiz and Golden Boy Promotions. The two sides issued a statement this week that effectively said they are ready to get back to work, which includes potentially making the hotly anticipated fight between Vergil and Jaron Boots Ennis. Vergil Ortiz joining me now to discuss all that. So big picture, Vergil, how are you feeling now that this has all been resolved?
I'm very happy, actually. You know, it's I've been away from the ring for too long. I've been in the gym, but, you know, it's not the same. It's not the same just doing regular maintenance and get ready for a fight. You know what I mean? So I'm very excited to get back into the ring and start sparring again and just get back into my zone, you know?
So tell me kind of what the last few months have been like for you. I mean, we know you were inching towards a deal to fight Boots in the spring. It seemed like things were getting close. Then everything on your end kind of falls apart. Like, what were these last few months like?
it just kind of feels like Groundhog Day, you know, wake up, go to the gym, and then just kind of like, all right, now what? You know what I mean? I was just kind of in limbo, and but not hopeless. That was the thing. You know, I knew things were gonna eventually work out, so I just kept faith, you know, in my promoters, in my managers, my coach, my dad, you know, just I knew that it was all gonna work out.
Things did seem to get kind of personal there for a while between Oscar and your manager, Rick Meridian, between Oscar and your father, even between Oscar and I guess you to a certain degree. Have you been able to kind of put all that aside? Do you feel like that's in the rearview mirror now?
You know, it's boxing's a business, right? So I feel like I'm not sure how to answer that one, so let's leave that one out. You know what I mean? Let's leave that one out.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, you are back.
Now, real quick. It's not that difficult to answer, for real, for real. It's a simple question, man. Did you put all the shit that you had, the issues that you had with Oscar behind you, and was you able to just move on? Now, they put out the statement that that's the case, but the fact that he won't just confirm, like, we put everything behind us, we moving forward, trying to make the best fights, like that quote just said, that post just said, that statement from Golden Boy, you see? And that go right there. That's communication right there. If the statement that they put out is 100% factual, what Vergil's words should be lock and step with what that statement is. If y'all put everything behind y'all, he should have had no problem. He don't got to get into nothing. You'll be like, yeah, we put those issues behind us and we moving forward. The fact that he's saying that's hard to answer is telling you everything you need to know. He said it's a business. So basically, Vergil is trying to let whatever his issues or gripes is with Oscar, not let it get in the way of his business no more. This is a dude that kept out the ring because of the Rabdo stuff at 47, right? Life and death situations. He spent enough time out the ring, you know, and not by his own choice, right? Health kept him out of the ring. So now, with him seemingly entering or being in his prime at a fresh weight class where he looked dangerous, he looked ready to go, looked like this is the weight class where he could really make his name. Now you find yourself on the sideline because you got a lawsuit situation with your promoter. So I think when he answered it as business, and it's hard to answer, his business is telling me, look, man, we got to get in the ring. We don't fight. We don't eat. We got to kind of put our differences to the side and try to go ahead and be a man about it and just, you know, work through it. But it's telling me there's obviously still some issues there with him and Oscar De La Hoya. It got to be. You know what I'm saying? And big shout out to Big Dog Willie again, man. Everybody hit that like button. We're going to keep rocking to the end of this video.
You are still undefeated. You are still a star. What do you want to do next?
Man, I just want the best fights, no matter who it is. Jaron, Ennis, Fundora, anyone with the belt. You know, there's really not anyone in the top 10 that I haven't fought or that I haven't tried to fight. You know, at this point, you know, people just need to take the fights, you know, and a lot of people want to say, how come you haven't tried this route? You know, just because I'm not calling people out on social media like everyone else does doesn't mean I'm telling my manager, hey, let's make this fight. That doesn't mean I'm not talking to the WBC like, hey, how come we haven't made this fight happen yet? You know what I mean? Like we've done our part, you know. I'm not a very vocal guy. Well, I'm starting to be because I feel like I have to be. And I don't know. It's a bit of a change of character.
Real quick, man. I feel like you need to be vocal. They throwing millions of dollars at you. You need to be vocal. You need to be more hands-on. That's not just that's not just Vergil. That's all fighters, right? I think he always wanted to fight. Think he wanted to fight with Boots, but it don't matter what he want if everybody ain't on the same page. And that always brings me back to my point, communication and making sure that your team is on the same page with your promoter. Your promoter shouldn't be beefing with your manager, fam. That's not good for business. There's no way that could be good for business. And yeah, there's plenty of people that probably got issues and work through it for the sake of business, but it's already so many moving parts in boxing that the last thing you want to be an issue is that your damn manager and promoter don't get along. And that ends up slowing down the process of you getting a big fight or stopping you from getting a big fight. You definitely don't need that to ever be the case if you're a fighter like Vergil. So seemed like he must have said, man, look, before I sit on the sideline for too long, we got to patch stuff up with Oscar as much as we can and proceed and move forward. And that's what he's trying to do. I think this dude is a dog. I think the way the situation got handled with the Boots fight, I think it gave him a bad rap. It got people looking at Vergil like he funny, like he don't want to fight. I refuse to believe that. I see his track record. I see how he fight. I don't think he's scared of Boots because Boots a dog. I don't think he look at Boots the way we look at him. And I do think he feels as though he can beat him. But with his team not being on the same page and him essentially having to sue his promoter, it looks funny. And it's like, damn, you don't know who fault it is, but I'll just chalk it up as Team Ortiz and Golden Boy wasn't all on the same page. That's why this fight couldn't get negotiated properly. And I think it's some truth to it because now you hear that everything is behind him. And now what is Oscar De La Hoya saying? Look, I'm willing to do whatever I got to do to make the biggest fights for Vergil. Let's make this Boots and Vergil fights one of the biggest fights in boxing. Let's do it. So it need to be some action put behind them words now. You know what I'm saying? But it's unfortunate because, like I said, I heard in the interview, I could have swore Bozy Ennis was saying something to the effect like, well, he had his chance, or he got to get in line or something to that degree. But I could understand it because it's like, how much we try to make a fight, then you end up suing. Now we got to move on. It's like, I get it, but I think if the opportunity is still there, it would be a missed opportunity if they don't secure a Vergil fight, because I think that's another fight that people will have to respect Boots Ennis. He go out there and take Vergil out. It's nothing you can say. Another undefeated, strong, hungry, talented guy on the rise, on the come up, in position to be everything you could be. If he can beat you, it's a great fight for boxing, and I just hope they make it. Let's keep rolling.
Just starting to care less and less, because at the end of the day, for instance, right? One, the fight doesn't happen with Jaron Ennis. Oh, I'm ducking the fight. Vergil Ortiz doesn't want to fight Jaron Ennis. Now we're calling him out. Oh, he's begging for the fight. You like what kind of logic is that?
Nah, that's true. That's true. I get it. I'm with it because I see that. I see people saying that too. And it's like, that shit sounds stupid. Why would you have to beg somebody for a fight that they want? I know people don't be thinking that deep into it, but I get it. You feel like Boots is with all the smoke. I do too. But when you try to say that Vergil is begging Boots for a fight, it's kind of silly because you only gotta beg somebody for something. That means they don't want it. And I refuse to believe that Boots don't want it. So now, no, I believe Vergil is adamant now again about the Boots fight because he put those issues with Golden Boy to the side as much as he can, where he feels comfortable. Like, look, nah, that's still the fight I want. I want to fight him. And I've always thought Vergil wanted to smoke with Boots. I still think so. I just hope that his manager and promoter could get on the same page, because I do think that the fighter wants it. They got to both all want it. They got to be all on the same page and go get that man to fight. Dante's Boxing Talk. What's good, homie? How you feeling, bro?
I just respectfully, that is just stuff that I deal with and other boxers deal with on a day-to-day basis. That doesn't make any kind of sense. I just don't understand how the gears are working up there. Like they're turning the wrong way. I don't get it. But anyways, I could keep on talking about this. Yeah.
The Boots
I'm
fight,
with Vergil. I really
still
get what he mean, yo. All that ducking stuff is corny. It's destroying boxing, yo. Nothing in this guy's career will suggest that he's a duck or scared to fight. Nothing. Dude really be with the smoke. Vergil a dog, and I believe he believes in himself too. I think Robert Garcia believe in him. Now is the time. If Vergil is going to be a star, 154 is where he got his nearest opportunity to try to do so with the likes of a guy like Boots Ennis. So they need to do everything in their power to try to secure that fight, because that's a unification, fam. Yeah, career change, you beat the Boots and become a unified champion. Now them other fights that you calling for is right there. So they got to get on the same page, bro. All of y'all, all parties involved, and give us the fight.
It's the most interest out there, at least among the casual fans. You guys squared off in the ring after your win over Erickson Lubin. That seemed to build the momentum up to almost a fever pitch at that point. We've heard Rick Meridian say he wants that fight for you next. Oscar say he wants that fight for you next. Robert Garcia, I saw clips of him saying he's ready to do that fight with you and Boots next. Is that how you feel about it? You're ready to do that fight next?
I've been pushing for the fight. You know, every time they ask me, I give them the green light. You know, it's only been one-sided green lights coming from out over here. The reason that the fight hasn't happened is simply because they haven't taken the fight.
You know, Eddie Hearn.
Gotta put a little pushback there. I get it. There was some discrepancies about the fight being all hurt and Boots not accepting it. But look, all that shit is taken with a grain of salt. Why I say that? Because it's before he got to 54. Now that he there, you can't keep going backwards and saying, well, the reason the fight not happening because they didn't take it. No, that's not true. After the face-off, y'all was all on the same page. Well, at least it seemed that way. Boots and them was all in on fighting you, and you had to sue your promoter. You know what I'm saying? That told me everything. That wasn't on Boots. That was on y'all. If that wasn't the situation there, Oscar was talking then how he is now, then maybe we already have a date with y'all locked in. Or maybe y'all would have fought already. But it's not completely on Boots, and it's not completely on Vergil. I just don't think him and his team was all on the same page, and we got evidence of it. Your promoter beefing with your damn manager, and y'all going back and forth on social media. And then you got the promoter saying that nobody has discussed the fight with him and vice versa. So they're not even talking to each other. So again, how could y'all properly negotiate a fight if the manager and promoter is not talking and not on the same page? And the fighter ends up suing and be on the sideline for a little while. Nasty work, man.
Said this week that the deal that was agreed to prior to Boots' most recent fight is now no longer the deal that's in play. Effectively, Vergil, what he's saying is that there need to be concessions on your side. Are there concessions that you would be willing to make to get this deal done?
I mean, I want the fight to happen. You know, that's kind of more of a manager question. You know what I mean? They just ask me if I want to fight. I say, yeah. They work out the numbers. But, you know, I'm in the ring in the gym, in the ring too, obviously. That's my job.
What did you think of Boots' win over Xander Zayas?
He took him out of there like he was supposed to.
I hate that. Take him out of there like he was supposed to. A guy that's never lost, let alone been knocked out. I think when people say he did what he was supposed to do or did it like this and he was supposed to, kind of takes credit from it. You know what I mean? He wasn't supposed to knock out Xander, but he was able to with the work he put out. You get me? He did his thing. He looked phenomenal and he shut that dude down. But I don't think you could say he did what he was supposed to do. He was supposed to knock him out. I don't think everybody would have knocked Xander out. I really don't.
Yeah.
You're smiling. Come on, give me. I know you got something else in there that you kind of want to get out.
I do. I definitely do. But I mean, I got him.
Based on what you saw in that fight, and what you've seen prior, of course, too, but like what
Man,
you saw in that fight, that showed you something?
It proved something. It didn't really show me something. It just I always knew it, but you know, just seeing it, you know, I got him.
Were you seeing it in the third round of that fight?
If you thinking you got somebody just all one round, that'd be impressive if you end up being right about that. But shit, as confident as you are, your whole entire team, promoter included, should be this confident. This should be the next fight for y'all. You know what I'm saying? But what I don't want to see is these a series of interviews or a bunch of tweets or different updates with how bad y'all want to fight them while not reaching out to the team and Eddie Hearn to make the deal. Y'all under the same umbrella. Oscar and Eddie need to get on the horn and make the fight.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What holes did you see in Boots?
You know, a lot of Jaron Ennis' fans made it seem like he was this guy, that guy that, I don't know, superior defense. But we've seen him get touched by fighters that can't really punch. And I knew it was only a matter of time before he would get touched and we would see something. The only thing that we hadn't seen was how he would react. And based off what I saw, was not very good on his end. And I just think that's something that I can effectively capitalize on.
And I ain't mad at nothing Vergil's saying, because he a fighter. He's supposed to say what he see. Like, for real, if that's him landing some of the same shots Xander land, it gets interesting. That's a dangerous situation for Boots to be in. But I expect him to be more on point and aware of a guy like a Vergil. But that's all based on one round. And you said it was a matter of time, but we've seen you get put down multiple times by the same guy. We've seen the guy take your best shots. And what happened when he was able to take your best shots, those fights look a lot closer, right? We've seen you get rocked real bad by Mean Machine. So we've seen it. We've seen you hit the deck more than one occasion. So, I mean, I think y'all both have holes, or if you will, in your defense, or you have tendencies that either guy, both you and Boots, could take advantage of one another's, right? Because that's what makes fighters fighters. They all have flaws, and all Vergil is doing is highlighting what he feels like he see that he could take advantage of. He feel like he's getting caught by guys that can't punch. If that's me punching him, he ain't making it out the fight. That's Vergil's, you know. And I mean, he's that kind of guy. Vergil gets you hurt, he could stop you. But the way Madrimov lasted, the way Boychuk landed and took your best, and he was putting you down, not vice versa, I think Boots would be fine. But nobody wants to allow a guy like Vergil Ortiz to get no free shots on you, fam. That just wouldn't be smart. You know what I'm saying? Dude, to mess around, knock you the hell out. You get me? So Vergil is only speaking like a fighter. He's saying what he's supposed to say to a degree, but that's why they need to make this fight, because I want to see what he'll say about Boots when the fight over.
Think Xander missed some opportunities
now
in that
Pat
third
was
round?
good, homie.
I think Xander did what he could, and I think that he worked well with what he did. Because look, Jaron is still, you know, he's still defensively, you know, capable of making people miss shots regardless of if he was hurt or not. So I think Xander did what he could. But if that was me instead of Xander, you know, I would have stopped him in that third round.
You mentioned Fundora.
And that's all he's saying. Like, he feel like he would have stopped him, but the same thing could be said if Boots was to create the moment that Mean Machine created against Vergil, right? The moments that Boychuk created against Vergil, right? You get what I'm saying? If that's Boots on the other side, do you make it out the fight too? So what he's saying is reasonable to a degree, because even me, I would say, damn, that's Vergil hitting you. What happens there? But Boots is a hell of an athlete, and Vergil made it seem like he didn't respond well when he got buzzed and clipped. He responded well. He got hit with some more shots trying to hold and get his bearings together, but he was forced. He fought back. You get me? I've seen you get buckled hurt, and I've seen it get a little rough for you in there, right? So, but y'all both respond well to adversity. So y'all both dogs to me. Vergil's supposed to say what he feel about boy. Look, if that's me, I can get him. Same thing Boots feel. If I'm landing them shots and got him hurt like Boychuk or Mean Machine, I'm getting them out of there. They both would say the same thing. But that's why we need this fight, and we need it preferably next, man. We need this fight. Vergil talk a great game, and I know he's gonna put up a fight. I think Boots overall talent, athleticism, and creativity, versatility is gonna be a lot for Vergil.
Interim WBC 154-pound champion. Fundora is the full champion. He was recently ordered to face Romal Hadrabaj. Now, I don't pretend to understand how sanctioning bodies work and how they decide what mandatories to order and when, but it would seem that you are ahead of Romal on those rankings there. What is your message to the WBC about your availability to fight Fundora as early as this fall?
Well, we already called Marisa Solomon, and we've asked for this fight before. We asked for it when in person, when we met with Golden Boy. We were on the phone side by side with Golden Boy with Mauricio, and we asked for the fight. Um, I am also not going to pretend I know how it works either, because I thought that if you had the interim, you were next in line. So, I mean, I'm just as confused as everybody else.
When you talked to Mauricio about that, what was his response?
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even really understand it, because and it's not I don't know whose fault it is. Is it my fault? Am I just dumb? Or you know what I mean? Like I just don't get it. I just, for me it's just, for me it's simple. I have the interim, I should be in line, right? It's not I want to stay interim forever, right? Like I want my shot. I really honestly don't get it. I just don't get it.
As you've watched the last few months, where it's,
I know you don't want a bunch of interim titles. You want the real thing, Vergil. You fought the fighters, man. You fought the fights. I don't diss Vergil the way most people do. Look, I get it. He talk his little stuff. He talking like a fighter gonna talk, right? But he definitely deserve an opportunity, right? The dude almost died from Rapp, though, right? And still managed to come back, box, and be successful, be at a high level. I want to see him and Boo's best versus the best. That's what that is. One of the biggest fights in boxing to be made, man. And I definitely think he deserves his shot, for sure.
Seems like your division has kind of got some even more juice to it. Like the Boots-Xander fight was a good fight. Now you've got Fundora coming over, DAZN inking a deal with PBC, which presumably makes a lot of these fights a lot easier to make. Has that given you any extra juice? Like now seeing all these fights that you've been kind of wanting, calling for, like it just seems to me, throw Josh Kelly into that mix, like they're all available. Like they're all right there for a fighter like you to get these opportunities.
It's more or less the same climate, if I'm being honest. I just feel like I'm just knocking on the door of one of those big fights, and I'm waiting on those opportunities. So that's exactly where I was 2 years ago. You know, I don't know. I feel like I'm almost like blacklisted in a way. You know what I mean? That's how I honestly feel, you know? When Madrimov had won his WBA title, I believe I was number one and I should have fought him next. Obviously I beat him, right? But Crawford got to jump the line from 147, you know, being undisputed, and he got to win the title. Well, obviously from my point of view, that seems a little unfair. You know, I could have had that title. And I don't know. Like in Sergio Mora's words, shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? So yeah.
You and Sergio got into it after.
I don't even want to talk about that.
Okay, yeah. I wasn't gonna go there. You threw Sergio's name.
Yeah, no, I know,
there.
but that's a quote, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah. He loves a good quote every so often. Just to finish things up, you know, you have been off since November, but your position is, if I'm getting it right, like you're not looking for any kind of comeback type of fight, stay busy type of fight. You're looking at your next fight to go into the next big fight, whatever that is. Whether that's Vergil Ortiz, Sebastian Fundora, Josh Kelly, whatever that may be, you're looking to do it.
Absolutely. I'm at the height of my career. I'm 28 years old, 28-year-old prospect. I want my opportunity. You know, it's not lack of trying that, you know what I mean? So it's not on my end. It's really not.
Man, and that's the end of that. And that man, did he just call himself a 28-year-old prospect, fam? Nasty work, Verge. Don't let him get to you. Verge ain't no 28-year-old prospect. Yeah, he just want an opportunity, bro. And he's always been hungry like that. I refuse to think anything else. I don't think he's a scary guy. He's not scared to go out there and risk it. You just need the right situation. And seeing how everything fell apart, you could see it. You can't place all the blame squarely on his shoulders. Right? You heard different things from his dad, from the promoter to the manager, and all of them was saying different stuff, but he pretty was dead set that he wanted this opportunity against Boots. I know he wanted more so now than ever after him seeing the third round, him seeing him beat Xander. He got 2 belts. He know he got the fights. He's battle tested. He just want the opportunity, man, and they gotta. It's up to his team and Golden Boy to make it happen for him, just like anybody else's team. We know what Boots is on, and one mixtape is the volume 37 to be out soon. featuring I don't know who. Hopefully it's Vergil, but we're gonna see. You got Josh Kelly out there. The Fundora fight ain't gonna happen next. They even try to make him look like a scary guy. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see, man. We'll see. But shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hit that like button for you, bro. We just gave Boxing is Just doing a Sunday. Building, no slander, just building, man. And RIP to Hannah Rapp. Man, she faced an untimely, tragic situation where she was, you know, run over while she was out riding her bikes with her partner, man. Somebody, you know, reversed and ran her over after a, you know, a brief, I guess some words was exchanged, you know, and they said it was, they labeled it like a road rage kind of incident. And it's unfortunate, man. She was what? You know, Bro City said she would have been 27 in 10 days, which is unfortunate. So she was, you know, her life was taken from her yesterday, you know, and that's just an avoidable situation where very evil God did some messed up stuff. So hopefully he get exactly what he deserved, and I hope her family is able to find some peace, man, because I know that's got to be a tough situation. Somebody so young with a promising career, promising future, picked up the sport at 22 years old. And, you know, and then I said in 5 years, and just in that amount of time, she made it to be on the platform fighting Tierra Brown. You get what I'm saying? And getting an invitation to, you know, work with Katie Taylor in her farewell fight, man. That was huge, man. So that's just really unfortunate situation. Is nasty, man. But just wanted to make sure we gave the up and coming future world champion, man, Hannah Rapp her just due, man. So shout out to everybody for rocking out on this good Sunday. I appreciate all the love. Hit the like button, share the live, hype the live if you can when it's over. And we're gonna be back tomorrow to build on this boxing, man. Alley Boy in Atlanta, damn, RIP, man, to everybody that lost somebody, man. It's tough. Yeah, riding bikes, and you know, where I believe her boyfriend or her partner, other half, significant other, and I heard somebody was riding by pretty fast, and I think he came by recklessly, and you know, you exchange words with somebody, you know, like basically like, hey, what you doing? And they saying the guy, instead of just going about his way, he reversed and ran her over. So he got charged with manslaughter. And rightfully so, because he's a damn idiot for doing that to this young queen, man, with a promising future, man. Sad situation, man. But RIP to her, man, and rest in peace. And man, we're gonna continue to shed light on boxing. And situations like that is why I choose to build boxing up and give people their credit, because they'd be here today, gone tomorrow, man. So again, for sure, Rich, my dog Marcus, you already know. We just getting the week started on a good Sunday with a nice, cool build, getting back into the swing of things. We got a bunch more we're going to cover tomorrow. So we're going to be back, y'all. Everybody hit that like button. I appreciate all the love, all the support, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace to the fans.
Representing Brick City, Shakur!
Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass.
And Shakur meeting them with a straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown score with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just Due.